It is 9 o'clock in the morning. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. Today is December 21st, 2021, our last regular meeting of the Lake County Board of Supervisors. And we will start this with a moment of silence before our Pledge of Allegiance. Is there a moment of silence from anybody here on the board? So since this is our last meeting of the year, I just want us to hold all the people that have suffered losses. We've had a tough year, whether it be COVID, whether it be car accidents, whether it be fires. There's been a lot of trauma this year, unfortunately, and I want to make sure that we hold all of those people that have been impacted by those losses or that trauma in our hearts and in our minds and in our prayers, and have a moment of silence for them. Supervisor Scott, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 4, are there any extra items from board members or staff? I see none. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to item number 5, the approval of the consent agenda. Are there any items that board members wish to pull? I see none. I do have 2 on my list here. I'd like to pull for a quick correction, item 5.10 and also 5.21. And with that, let's open it up for the public. Any comments or anyone wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? If you're in the Zoom room, dial *9. If you're on the phone, or else press the button at the bottom of the screen that says raise hand. Again, this is to pull an item from the consent agenda. Seeing none in the boardroom and none in the Zoom room, bringing it back to the board for action, minus 510 and 521.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve consent agenda items number 5.1 through 5.9, and then 511 through 520, and 522.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Scott, a second by Supervisor Pyska. Johanna, good morning. Roll call, please.
Good morning. Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we can go over item 5.10 real quick. It is adopt resolution approving the renewal application and certification statement for the State Department of Health Services, CMS branches, Child Health and Disability Program, CHDP, Healthcare Program for Children in Foster Care Program, HCPCFC, monitoring oversight of foster children treated with psychotropic meds or psychotropic meds, HCPCFC PMMO, and caseload relief HCPCFCCR grant for fiscal year. And this is where I want to change it. I believe it's supposed to be for 21-22. I need to open up the resolution, but it was different than what it says on the memo, which is 19-20.
Oh.
Yeah, 21-22 is what it says on the agreement.
Jen Baker is here, our interim deputy director, who can speak to that issue.
Okay.
Hello, sir. You are correct. It should be 21-22. My apologies.
No worries at all. I think that's an easy fix. Is there any other comment on the item itself before we open it up for questions or comments from the board? Looking at CAO Hutchinson or Jennifer Baker?
Nothing
No,
more.
thank you.
Okay. Any comments or questions from board members? And opening up for the public, any comments on this item? Okay, bringing it back to the board for action. Thank you again.
Thank you.
I'd like to offer the resolution
With the amendment?
with the amendment of year with the amendment of from 2019, 2020, and adding in 2021.
21, 22.
21, 22, I apologize.
Resolution has been offered. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have approximately, I think we're right on time for public comment, yes. Let's go ahead and open up item 6.1, public input. If there's any public expression on anything not on our agenda today, you will have 3 minutes. Please raise your hand. Remember that all items on our agenda will offer public comment. And so anything related to those items, make sure to please just wait for that item to go ahead and get started. I do want to call on our CAO Hutchinson, who does have her hand up at this moment in time.
Yes, I just had a quick clarifying question on the other consent item that you pulled, number 5.21. Would you like the treasurer tax collector present for that? And if so, do you have a time approximate so I could give that office a heads up?
So I did let her know that possibly later this morning or early afternoon would be appropriate, depending on when we can fit it in. I'm guessing it will probably be early afternoon, but I told her that we would get a hold of her approximately at the time that we would bring it back up.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And so I do see we have a hand up from Carlos Bona.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This is Carlos Bono. I would just like to read from a letter from Attorney Thomas Renz, and his website is renz-law.com. This letter is a letter addressing local, state, and federal authorities about the COVID-19 pandemic.
And so we do have a COVID-19 update at 9:06 a.m., so I would suggest that you wait until then to do a public comment on that.
That's fine.
Since it's related to COVID-19. Not going to shut you out. You will be able to make that comment just at the right time during the agenda item. Next hand up I see is Sean Connell. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Happy holidays. I'll make this short and sweet. It is the end of the year. I know that there's been a lot of investigations throughout this year into the CDD. I believe the county hired a consultant to review the efficiencies and the processes that are in there. And I know that Supervisor Simon and Pyska are both on the ad hoc. I'm just wondering when we would be getting, as the public, would be getting a readout on both what the ad hoc found as well as what the consultant found and where we'd be able to find those documents. I think it'd be very important considering that the listing for open jobs has a lot of CDD CDD openings, and I think that any new applicant should be aware of what they're walking into. With that, I wish you guys a happy holidays. Thank you for a great year. Thank you for all of your hard work from everybody from top to bottom to the lowest level employee, the janitor sweeping the hallways. We're very grateful for the fact that you guys are still at work and that we're still able to do business. So I appreciate your hard work. I'll be looking forward to those readouts, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment. I see no further comment in the Zoom room, and if you have a comment that is not related to an item on the agenda, please come on up to the chamber microphone.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. Today is the winter solstice, shortest day of the year, and the beginning of a new cannabis cycle. A lot has happened this year in the cannabis industry. One of it is the industry has literally collapsed. At this time last year, cannabis was worth about $1,200 a pound for premium flower. Today, it's about $100 a pound. Cultivation tax the sales tax for the state on a pound of cannabis is $160. So, literally, the industry is on its knees. Cultivation tax for Lake County is going to be due here soon, and I'm here to plead for the local farmers who are literally still holding on to product from 2020. And now they're trying to sell their 2021 product, and there is no market. Literally, there is no market. I couldn't give it away. So I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to please consider either stretching out the time that the payments for this cultivation tax can be made, or eradicate it as has happened in other counties, or consider anything to help the farmer. The Lake County's come way forward with this industry, and it would be a real shame to lose 50% of your farmers in 1 year or more. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see no further hands. Oh, we do have a hand from Betsy Kahn in the Zoom room.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chair. I have two things to contribute. Your previous speaker, Mr. Connell, asked about the progress on the consulting for the Community Development Department reorganization, but you have an item coming up later on in your agenda where I believe those questions should be answered. It would be item 7.8. And the second thing is that the previous speaker just now, I did not catch his name. I wonder if he could be identified, please?
Oh, did we miss the name?
His name is Richard Durham, D-E-R-U-M.
And just to let you know, 7.8 is based on a
Thank you very much.
consulting contract with LACO, which was not the related to the comment that was made by Sean Connell. That was with a different contractor. So that is why the comment was allowed to be made, since that is a different topic on 7.8. But thank you very much.
I'm sorry, but I believe they're related. I think that his question is quite relevant to why we are spending $440,000 a year for a 4-year contract with an outside vendor to provide planning services.
And we will have that conversation on 7.8. And
Exactly. Thank you.
thank you. And I see no further hands up, so let's go ahead and move on to our COVID-19 update, our 9:06 a.m. item. And with us today, we have Dr. Charlie Evans. Welcome, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can. You're a little light. Not sure if Sam needs to increase the volume.
Great. I think we'll start off as we normally do with the slides on the EPI briefing from Sarah Maricos. So if we can put those up.
And I believe that Mr. Rothstein has that capability and most likely has access to that.
Do you have them, Matthew?
I don't have the slides at this time.
Hang on just a second. Let me, so Charlie, I have them, but it may be from a week ago. Were there new ones yesterday?
Yeah, there were new ones yesterday. I can send them to you real quick.
Yeah, if you'll
Please.
email them to me, I'll project them. Thank you.
Hang on a second. Here they come. So while those are coming up, I'll just start my my talk. And before we dive into all the things we're going to talk about today, I want to talk about the big picture of where I think this is all going, and we step back and take a look at it. We're 2 years into the pandemic, and everyone is completely sick of it, sick of SARS-CoV-2, sick of masks, sick of all the isolation, and we all want to return to normal. And I don't think there's anybody who feels more that way than all the healthcare workers in the county. But the stark reality is that the virus is not really letting us turn our head and look the other way. It's got other plans. We passed the 800,000 mark of deaths this last month, and that's more that were killed in all the wars of our lifetimes, World War I, II, Korea, Vietnam, Persian Gulf, Afghanistan, put together. And we must remind ourselves that so many of those people who died, loved ones that are missed to this day. There are lots of suffering going on. The estimate of 50 million infections in our country is probably an underestimate of how many people have been infected. So when you look at this and then you hear that another strain is coming, it's far more infectious, it makes us all very, very anxious. And we worry about what that will mean. And so I'll talk about what we know and what we don't know. But it looks like the slides are up, so let me go over the slides. Next slide, please.
Sure.
Next slide. So this is a very dramatic slide that I actually got last night. So this is just fresh off the press. So the orange is Delta and the purple is Omicron. And that second to last bar, the date down there is 12/11 and the last bar is 12/18. So this is weekly data taken on national surveillance to the CDC, looking at what percent of the variants, what percent of the virus are the various variants. And so you can see up and through the 4th of December, it was almost 100% Delta. And then starting in the week of December 11th, it came up to about 10% Omicron. And suddenly last week, it's almost 70% Omicron. And if you break this down by region, there are regions of the country where it's over 95%. For example, up in the Northwest right now, 95% of the infections are Omicron. And that's true up in the New England area as well. And this is data that just came out yesterday. So, when I saw this, I was just completely blown away by how fast Omicron is taking over Delta. So let's go to the next slide. So this is data from where we are in California, and the testing positivity increased after the Thanksgiving holiday, then decreased again. It's now back on the increase. So we had daily case rate increase after Thanksgiving was up to 47%, which caused the state to go back to a mandate for masks indoors. It declined slightly to 13.1 per 100,000, but now it's back on the rise again. Our testing is 2.8% positive in the state. So let's go to the next slide. So the orange line is Lake County, the blue line is the state. So you can see right in the middle there is where Thanksgiving is. You saw that rise after Thanksgiving, then it declined, and now it's back on the rise. Hospitalizations have increased statewide from around 3,400 patients per day to 3,900 per day in the last 3 weeks. So the hospitals are starting to fill up again. Next slide. So we're learning a lot about Omicron. Actually, I think that there's more data coming in than anyone can digest, but it's doubling time. We initially thought it was in 4 days. The data is pretty clear. It doubles in 2 days. So this is very, very fast. Omicron appears to have the growth advantage over Delta, and I think by, if you look at it now, it's the dominant variant in the United States. By that data. And the sampling here is probably around 15% of the cases that are sent in are sampled. So, I think this is accurate data. The reason Omicron appears to have a growth advantage over Delta is one, there's some immune escape or waning immunity to vaccines. I'll talk more about that. The vaccine is still protective against Omicron, but likely not as effective, and we'll talk about that too. So next slide. So severity is something that still is not fully understood. Omicron has a similar severity as Delta, we think, but we still need more data. And even with similar severity of Delta, the concern about Omicron is its high infectivity rate and the numbers of people that will be infected because of the waning immunity and the loss of immunity from previous infection. So there's great concern about a big flood of cases. Next slide. So Omicron is displaying a reduction in immune protection, and we'll talk about that. Boosters are ineligible people significantly increase the immunity and reduce risk. So this is one of the big take-homes from the talk today, is how important boosters are for everyone. And we'll talk more about that next. So the vaccine coverage in Lake County, we have about 33% unvaccinated, 60% fully vaccinated, and 7% that are partially vaccinated. Next slide. And the age breakdown, if you look at the last bar there, the 65 plus were 76% vaccinated, which is good. There's another 7% or so that are partially vaccinated, 17.7% are unvaccinated. These are the high-risk people that are really at risk of getting sick and requiring hospitalization. The other thing on this slide, if you look at the first bar, is the children, 5 to 11-year-olds, we've only vaccinated 5%. And this is an area where we're vulnerable. Next slide. So there's more than 9,000 Lake County residents that have received a booster. In the past week, 1,000 received a booster. That's about 25% of the fully vaccinated people who have been boosted. Unfortunately, if you look at the 65 and older group, 59% of those have been boosted. Next slide. One more. So the cases were down in November compared to the 3 previous months. Cases were more likely to be younger people, 20 to 34, and then 65 plus in November than in the previous 3 months. The cases were also more likely to be white non-Hispanics in November than in the previous 3 months. And the cases were evenly distributed over the 5 supervisorial districts. Next slide. So the risk factors for the projected surge, I'm sure Omicron is in Lake County. I haven't heard of an identified case, but I'm sure it's there. We have a lower daily case rate now, but the projections expect significant increases in the next several weeks. And compared to the state, Lake County is at higher risk for such a surge because of our vaccination rate is lower. And because our boosted rate is lower. Next slide.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, good. So I want to talk about what we know about Omicron and what we don't know. When we look at the variants of concern, you're looking at 3 things: their transmissibility, their severity of illness, and whether they evade immunity from prior infection and from vaccines. The transmissibility news is not good. As I mentioned, it doubles in 2 days. This is highly, highly infectious. It's airborne. It's potentially 2 to 4 times as infectious as Delta, which we thought was a very highly infectious organism. This is known and proven by experience from South Africa, the Netherlands, Denmark, and England. So this is all good data. The transmissibility is, no question, very, very rapid. Severity of illness, as I mentioned, we still don't have enough data to say how sick one can get from the strain. The early reports from South Africa were encouraging and suggested that although it was highly infectious, people weren't getting as critically ill. Part of that is the data were skewed in that South Africa's patients that were getting sick were much younger. The experience from England suggests that you can get just as sick as you can from Delta. And there's also a suggestion that there's more hospitalization of children with the Omicron variant than with the Delta variant. This may also be because of the sheer numbers of people that are becoming infected because it's so much more infectious. With regard to the immune escape, we have significant data to suggest that if you suffered a SARS-CoV-2 infection before, you have a 3 to 8 times more likelihood of being infected with Omicron than you would with Delta. Said differently, the immunity from past infections may not protect you from Omicron infection. If you recall the mRNA vaccines, when they first came out, we touted an efficacy of 90%. Studies from Europe suggest that the efficacy rate after just 2 vaccines is maybe as low as 30% because of the waning immunity. However, if you boost, the efficacy can go up to 70%, and some people say your actual immunity can go up 25 times from boosting. That is huge information that we need to act on. The boosting is just so incredibly important with Omicron. And that should be your impetus to go out and get your booster. I think it's important to try to understand why Omicron is so different than the other SARS-CoV-2 virus variants. They did a study in Japan, and they looked at the virus when they infected the human respiratory tract. This is in culture in a lab, and it reproduced much, much faster in the bronchus than it did than the Delta variant and other variants did. But it produced much, much slower down in the lung tissue, back down where the air is exchanged in the lung. And so the thought is that because it produces so much faster in the bronchus, which is kind of the freeway that goes into the lung, that you're shedding much more virus, and that's why it's so much more infectious. And then the fact that it doesn't reproduce so well down in the lung may explain that's why you don't get as sick with it. So, I'm an optimist. I'm really hoping that this is going to come out, that you don't get as sick with this variant as you do with the Delta, but it's just too early to tell. Looking at that slide with the purple and the yellow in the beginning, I think it's safe to say that Omicron is here. Public health is working on testing wastewater. We'll probably start testing wastewater in Clear Lake in January, and then extend that to other population centers later in the month, so that we have a good idea of how much virus we have circulating in the community. Where are our vulnerabilities with Omicron? We saw last June that we had a rapid rise, in fact, one of the fastest in the state in terms of morbidity and mortality, because our vaccination was low in June. Our vaccination rate is now higher, but it's still not high enough to ward off a surge. Vermont, which is the most highly vaccinated state in the union, at 75%, is undergoing a surge now, and that's probably Omicron. We have plenty of people who are unvaccinated and without prior Delta infection to have a second surge in Lake County. We currently, as I mentioned, stand around 60% vaccinated, 33% no vaccination, 7% with partial vaccination. And that group over 65, there's 19% or 17% who have had no vaccination at all. So that's probably our most vulnerable spot. Boosting, we need to be more boosted. We're 25% boosted. 9,000 people have received a boost. Fortunately, 59% of those over 65 have got a boost. I mentioned too, we're lagging in our childhood immunizations. 5% of the 5 to 11-year-olds have been vaccinated. This is the group that requires supervision when they're not in school, the 5 to 11-year-olds. And oftentimes this falls to the grandparents or older people who aren't working. And this is how the infection spreads into that older group. So we really need to push to get the 5-year-olds and up vaccinated. With a variant as infectious as Omicron, it's likely that when it hits, we're going to see a vertical spike in cases, not the slow little rise that the current graph showed. No one will be immune to that spike, including teachers and healthcare workers. The staffing of schools and hospitals is going to be difficult if all those infected require 10 days of quarantine, regardless of how sick they are. I think you can all imagine, how to run a hospital when your healthcare workers are going out sick. Right now, we're having hard times staffing just because of the past crunch. So, what we can do, I can't say enough how important it is to get vaccinated. If someone in your family is not vaccinated, it's incumbent upon you to work on them to get them vaccinated. I don't think Omicron is going to let anybody who's unvaccinated avoid getting it. It's that infectious. But for those that are vaccinated, boosting, if you haven't been boosted, this is a real opportunity. I mean, you can get a 25 times increase in your immunity from that boost. And that's absolutely critical. A list of vaccination and testing sites, and I think we can put that up maybe after the presentation so people know where to go, but it's http://health.co.lake.ca.us/. So that's where all the testing sites and where the vaccination sites are, where you can go. And I might add too that flu vaccine is out there. We're seeing influenza A and influenza B, more A than B. We're also seeing RSV and common cold viruses. Now this is difficult because when people come in and they're febrile, last year we didn't see any flu. This year we're seeing it, and we don't know what is what. So getting the flu vaccine is going to help us long-term in preventing us from going into overwhelm in the hospitals. So the other things that we can do, we've talked about masking, not only masking, but good masking. So the most preferable is the N95, the KN95 is second best. These are exponentially more effective than a cloth mask or a bandana. So if you can use those in this critical period where we're looking at the Omicron surge, I think you'll be safer. The other thing we're promoting is testing. Antigen tests are available in pharmacies now, and there are going to be many more available soon. And if you think about what gatherings you're having, and if there are people who are vulnerable to severe illness going to those gatherings, even if you are vaccinated, you should test before going to those gatherings, because that's going to prevent those people from getting sick. And we just need to be aware. As you hear about rising contagion and infection rates in the community, take caution to protect those at high risk. This can take many forms, from masking, testing, avoiding indoor gatherings, and anything you can do to minimize exposure. We've talked about ventilation, anything you can do to increase ventilation in your home. If you have a high-risk person in your home, getting a filtering purification system for them will also help them. I wanted to say something about the vaccine adverse event reporting system, also known as VAERS. This came up at a prior presentation. And VAERS was raised in a prior presentation by a citizen that it's evidence that the vaccines are not safe. And so I wanted to say VAERS is a passive reporting system. Anyone can report. It relies on individuals to send in reports of their experiences to the CDC. Providers are obligated to report serious adverse reactions to VAERS. VAERS is not designed to determine if a vaccine caused a health problem, but it is especially useful for detecting unusual or unexpected patterns of adverse event reporting. Such patterns are then investigated to see if a causal relationship exists. The system has been in operation for 30 years and is our country's way of transparently collecting information that might identify a safety problem. With over 495 million vaccines administered, 495 million. Very few safety problems have been identified, and the benefit of vaccines far outweighs the risks, which are minor. So, although there's a lot of hype and anxiety about this new variant, we are not back to square one. I think a lot of people think, oh my God, here we go again, we're back to the beginning. And we're not. We know far more about the behavior of COVID-19 than we did 2 years ago. We're better at preventing it, we're better at treating it. And we also have new therapeutics on the horizon. The FDA has spoken about several new drugs that are likely to be released very soon through an emergency use authorization. They're very difficult to pronounce, but one is molnupiravir, which is a Merck product. It has been shown in a phase 3 clinical trial of over 1,400 people to half the hospitalization rate and half the death rate. Very promising for people who are at high risk of severe disease. Molnupiravir is also licensed in Europe, and it's expected to be licensed here very soon. There's another medication by Pfizer, Paxlovid, if I pronounce that right, also shows high clinical promise and is coming down the pike. In addition, we have the monoclonal antibodies. Now, some of those monoclonal antibodies are not as efficacious against the Omicron as the others. We're still doing research on that, and we don't know about that, but there are some that are effective. So we do have other treatments to use for people who become infected. So in conclusion, what will this winter bring? I think the experts are drinking COVID data through a fire hose on a daily basis, and each day new light is shed upon this disease. I don't think anyone can predict where we're going and what the next few months is going to entail. I can't say with confidence that we're going to be struggling with this Omicron variant for some months to come. I think the information that I've given you today should be helpful to help you get ready to celebrate your winter holiday. Currently, we think most of the cases in Lake County are Delta. I have to rethink that looking at that first slide that we saw that I received last night. It may be that we're already having a majority of our cases be Omicron and we just don't know it. As the highly infectious Omicron variant enters the battlefield, I don't think there's any doubt that it's going to overcome the Delta variant. If Omicron is not as virulent as the Delta variant, this could be a good thing. Time will tell us. Past pandemics have burned out based on variants that were more infectious and less virulent. However, we just don't know how this will play out at this time. So I'm keeping my optimism. Until then, I think we're safest by exercising patience and doing what we know works best, which is vaccinating, boosting, masking, testing, and using common sense to keep the contagion away from us and those we love. So with that, I'd like to open it to your comments or questions.
Dr. Evans, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you to Sarah's work as well. Wondering if we can thank you very much. I was going to ask you for a clarification before opening it up for questions and comments from board members. At one point you said it's hard to diagnose between the flu or COVID. I'm guessing that means on first glance when they come into the hospital, but there is a test that can tell the difference, correct?
Absolutely, yeah, and we know, rapid testing, within an hour. But when a patient presents to a doctor's office, clinic, or ER, they can look very similar until you test them. But yes, we can determine the difference between the two.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because of the comment that you made. Thank you. So let's go ahead and open it up for any comments or questions board members may have. And I see none. I think we'd like to hear from the public. Let's go ahead and start with phone 2689.
Hello, Board of Supervisors, can you hear me?
Yes, please provide us your name and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Christina Robertson. For months, men and women have brought data to your attention. I know you've received emails asking you to review the evidence provided concerning the dangers and fallacies around the, quote, safe and effective, unquote, vaccines. Evidence from the government's own Center for Disease Control website. You've been informed of the many reported injuries documented on the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, theirs, also on the CDC website, and of the very high survival rate, or in other words, low death rate from COVID. According to the CDC, 94.9% of COVID deaths also have serious comorbidity, such as obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, and others that can be vastly improved by lifestyle changes, thus greatly lowering the chance of death from COVID. We're not seeing mandates for healthy living or organic food growing. Children are not at all at risk, and yet are being subjected to intrusion on their bodies and psychological bullying daily in their schools. This travesty is not about health care. COVID is not the killer of these poor folks who have died. Serious comorbidities, inappropriate protocols, and neglect of common sense early intervention is the culprit. If there was a true pandemic, we would be seeing people on our left and on our right dropping before our eyes. You know of the refusal of Pfizer to release trial data for 55 years when they were able to approve the so-called vaccine in only 108 days. You know of the censorship and the fact that 75% of ad money for mainstream network news comes directly from the pharmaceutical companies. Safe and effective? According to the New England Journal of Medicine, something around 70 to 80% of pregnant women under 20 weeks pregnant who received the vaccine have miscarriages. Young athletes have dropped dead on the sports field after vaccination. Myocarditis is a real and verifiable danger from the vaccine with a sad projected outcome within 5 years. We come here to speak to power. That's you. You are elected officials who have the power to refuse to go along with this blind, unquestioning march toward totalitarianism. So, my questions. Have you looked at the reports you've been sent, the lawsuits, the vaccine injured who testified to the FDA in Washington? Have you thought about the obvious inconsistencies in logic, banning the unvaccinated and when the vaccinated can transmit? Are you aware of a healthy 12-year-old Maddie Duguay who is in a wheelchair for the rest of her life? The man who thought he was doing the best for his son and his young son died. No one should be coerced to take these vaccines.
Your 3 minutes are up. If you can get to your last comment.
Which it doesn't at the risk of their own life. Have you really considered the meaning of what you're doing and what you're not doing? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Carlos Bona.
Good morning. I wanted to read from a letter from rens-law.com. Mr. Renz is presenting this letter before public officials in the state and local and federal level. It says, to whom it may concern, we, the free and united people of America and the world, are writing in regards to the unlawful and corrupt actions taken by the healthcare industry, bureaucrats, and media regarding COVID-19. The actions taken for nearly 2 years now have stripped people of their rights, decimated the U.S. Constitution, violated the principles of international law embodied in the Nuremberg Code, and ignored basic and inalienable human rights. The people behind this have leveraged their privileged positions to make billions of dollars at the expense of humanity and are unwilling to allow this to continue. And we are unwilling to allow this to continue. For decades, the field of public health has researched the use of fear as a tool to manipulate people into action. The use of that tool has now been perfected and implemented against the people of the world with COVID-19. Evidence of this knowledge can be found in a CDC presentation, other DHHS materials, and in numerous academic journals. The intentional use of fear to sow hate, division, and discord is unethical, unacceptable, and must stop immediately. The reality is that COVID-19 has a 99+% recovery rate in most of the population and approximately a 94% recovery rate in the most vulnerable. Compare this to the original SARS, which had approximately a 9% case fatality rate, and the original MERS, which had over a 30% case fatality rate. We did not lock down, mask, or even widely acknowledge these diseases when they were prevalent, despite the fact that they had similar rates of spread to COVID-19. The fear has been used as a marketing tool to attempt to justify previously unthinkable actions by bureaucrats and public health officials around the world. The most egregious of which is the forced injection of gene therapy drugs into a healthy people. What happened? Gene therapy literally alters the genetic makeup of a human being and simply cannot legally, morally, or ethically be forced on anyone ever. If the decision to alter one's own genetic makeup does not rest with the individual, there can be no argument that freedom is lost. Not only are the COVID vaccines admittedly a gene therapy, they are inarguably unsafe. The swine flu vaccine was pulled from the market after just over 20 deaths. The Chevy Volt was recently recalled over the potential for battery fires, but the Pfizer shot was given expanded authorization despite the high recovery rate from COVID-19, and the fact that Pfizer's own document submitted to the DHHS shows that over 1,200 people died in less than the first 3 months of authorization. This is nothing more than corruption. The COVID shots are also ineffective. A recent Department of Defense document stated that 71% of new cases of COVID-19 in the Medicare population are in fully vaccinated individuals, and 60% of hospitalizations are in fully vaccinated. The same document also stated that injections are even less effective in North American natives.
Your 3
Hispanics,
minutes are up. If you can get to your last comment.
Yes, I would urge the Board of Supervisors and all public officials who are elected to their offices uphold their oaths of office, uphold the Constitution, and serve the public as they were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Julia Bona.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please give us your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Julia Bona. I have a background and degrees in scientific research. I wanted to speak to the board and its audience today about the harms caused by the currently available COVID-19 vaccines that have been reported to the CDC's Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, or VAERS database, that Dr. Evans mentioned. Since many of these are severe harms associated with COVID vaccination, healthcare providers are legally required to report them, although some official estimates like the Lazarus report suggest that as few as 1% of adverse events are actually reported. The latest VAERS data through December 10th, 2021 shows there have been a total of 20,244 deaths, 106,129 hospitalizations, 106,308 urgent care visits, 151,187 doctor office visits, 8,516 anaphylaxis events, 12,127 Bell's palsy events, including a gentleman that I know personally whose face was paralyzed for 2 months after his vaccination. There's a total of 965,841 reports. Severe reported adverse events reported occurring shortly after the administration of the vaccines also include 3,297 miscarriages at a vastly higher rate among women than had previously been observed. 10,229 heart attacks, 19,039 myocarditis pericarditis events, which is especially noticeable among young people, and hence they shouldn't be vaccinated. 33,975 permanently disabled individuals, 4,807 thrombocytopenia low platelet events, 22,953 life-threatening events, 35,529 severe allergic reactions, and 11,129 shingles events. All vaccine-related deaths reported in 2020 were just 421, while this year has already seen reports of over 20,000 vaccine-related deaths, and it's not over yet. With respect to the time frame from COVID vaccination to death reported, the substantial majority of cases died within 2 days of vaccination. I also wish to testify that I personally know another individual who had a heart attack 2 days after taking the Moderna vaccine due to a blood clot in her heart that resulted in her urgent hospitalization and subsequent retirement. My emphatic contention is that these experimental COVID vaccines should not be misrepresented to the public as safe. People are taking risks, clearly, when they take these, nor should members of the public be encouraged, pressured, and or mandated to take these vaccines if they prefer not to and are understandably concerned about adverse vaccine events versus reduces the risk of actually getting COVID, which is asymptomatic to mild in the vast majority of cases and hardly ever fatal among minors. I further contend that virtually everyone already knows that COVID vaccines exist, so if they have not taken one by this point, they probably don't want to. For those who wish to stand up for medical freedom in Lake County so that we continue to have the choice as to how we respond to our medical...
Finish your last comment.
They can visit the website www.standuplakecounty.org and can sign the petition to the Board of Supervisors on that site. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Phone 4627.
Good morning. This is Tom Slate. Supervisor Sabatier, first of all, thank you. I will point out that I had emailed you about a half an hour before the meeting 10 questions that I was going to bring at the meet up now, but you got back to me so quickly and answered all of them. So I was really impressed with that and very pleased, so thank you for doing that. They were covert questions. But my comments are that we keep hearing about getting injected, and we hear so little about there's this overwhelming amount of information about early treatment, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and others that, as far as I know, I wonder, are people getting them, or are people even being informed of that? But I'll leave it at that. That's just a comment. But I am concerned, or my question is, how are people being treated? My understanding, and I'll say this again, these are my thoughts. People can think whatever they want. I'm not here to twist anybody's arm, but that the standard of care is remdesivir in hospitals. And if it's not, how are people being treated? What are they getting? And my concern is in remdesivir, but so I'll leave that at the question for Dr. Evans. Could you comment on that?
Thank you for your question. Dr. Evans, can you respond?
Sure. So remdesivir is the preferred treatment. Also, patients are treated with steroids to decrease their own immune reaction to the virus. A big part of the problem that comes with COVID is that our own immune systems are very reactive to the virus and respond with a flooding of fluid into the lungs that the steroids tend to help if given early enough. So people who are deficient on oxygen that require hospitalization are given those two agents when they go into the hospital. Another thing that's been very useful is proning them, which means lying on your stomach versus lying on your back. If you lie on your back, you tend to have more collapse of the lung, and the fluid tends to locate more in the posterior aspects of your lung, and you tend to go into respiratory failure faster. So spending time sleeping on your stomach is also very effective.
And if possible, related to the question, would you be able to discuss what's going on at the FDA and the looking to some of the upcoming treatments? I know Merck is working on one. I believe we've spoken about it before. Just wondering if you can provide us some comments on that.
Yeah, so there's Merck is again, the names are very hard to pronounce, but it's let me get it. It's molnupiravir, which is the Merck drug, and that went through a phase 3 clinical trial. There were over 1,400 patients. It was a double-blind randomized trial with 700 or more patients in each group. And the group that got the drug had half the hospitalization rate and half the death rate. So it looks very promising. It is a nucleoside drug and shouldn't be used in pregnant women or women planning on becoming pregnant soon. That would be the main contraindication.
And then would you be able to provide some context to the monoclonal treatments? I know that they're not available everywhere, and not sure if that's due to insurance coverage or other reasons, but I know that that is something that is used in places.
Yes. So there's a number of different monoclonal antibody treatments, and these are being looked at to see how effective they are for Omicron. They were some of them were quite effective for Delta. Again, they should be given early on in the course of the disease. So if you are one of those people with comorbidities that becomes infected, that's something you should call your doctor and see if you're eligible for that treatment. And, as each day goes by, we learn more about which are most effective. And again, it's the drinking from the fire hose of data that's coming out. But there are a number of different monoclonal antibody treatments out there, not all of which are readily available, but some of them are, and that's something that your primary care physician should be able to help you with.
Thank you very much for that. Let's go ahead and move on to phone 1113.
Yes, this is Dr. Will Tuttle calling, and I appreciate this discussion. I want to, again, emphasize this is a pandemic of fear. We keep hearing so much about the new variant, and we don't hear about the basic facts that the CDC keeps saying over and over again, which is, first of all, that the COVID-19 vaccine is not providing immunity. It does not eliminate the virus. It does not prevent death. It does not guarantee that you won't get it. It does not stop you from passing it on to other people. It does not eliminate mask wearing or social distancing. It does not eliminate the need for travel bans. It does not eliminate the need for business closures. It does not eliminate the need for lockdown. And now they're saying we need to have boosters for this, which will, according to the Prime Minister of New Zealand, that will never end. She just announced that recently, that boosters will be going on forever. And so it's well documented in many places, including the new book by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., how the pharmaceutical industry, with its massive funding, profits and money, has captured the CDC and the NIH and NIAID and so forth, and that through that capture, also of the mainstream media, is creating a war against humanity. And I really am seriously, again, calling on the Board of Supervisors to not engage in crimes against humanity that are being inflicted upon people who are vulnerable and who are being not told the truth about the medications, so-called medications, that they're being pressured into having. This is directly against the Nuremberg principles that we've been hearing. We're not learning about the tremendously effective responses that people have had with ivermectin and with hydroxychloroquine and with budesonide and so forth. That's been deliberately covered up. We have massive censorship happening on social media and in the mainstream media. And as you know very well, if there's censorship going on, they're not censoring lies, they're censoring the truth. It's always liars who want to censor, right? There's a great saying by St. Augustine, that truth is like a lion. Just let it be free and it can defend itself. So if we let the truth defend itself, then why do we have to have all this censorship of alternative views? There's been so many doctors and researchers, hundreds of thousands of them now, have signed documents saying that we're not dealing with this properly, that it's a hoax, and it's leading directly to the loss of our basic freedoms, which is much more of a serious problem than a health problem. Losing our basic freedoms and our basic rights, we won't pass on to future generations the cherished liberties that we have. So we are seeing a tremendous amount of violence being inflicted upon children, especially through not only these vaccines, which has been pointed out are
And
very
your 3
harmful
minutes
to
are
them.
up. If you can get your last comment.
And well, I just want to say that we should really question the mask wearing. And I'll just say, even according to the New England Journal of Medicine, quote, we know that wearing a mask outside healthcare facilities offers little, if any, protection from infection. So from many areas, we see that this approach is not working except to take away our freedoms and create huge profits for these industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to speak real quick on this idea of fear-mongering. I thought that Dr. Evans' information was very not fear-mongering. He was optimistic. He was letting us know that things do seem like they could be better than dealing with the Delta. There's the potential that it might be equal, but again, sharing optimism and moving forward. Nobody has talked about, and in my opinion, will probably not be talking about lockdowns. Masks are not 100%, but they help. They at least reduce the potential. Weird that a mask works in healthcare but doesn't work outside of healthcare. I'm trying to figure out the logic on that one. And the fear mongering, but yet bringing out the Nazi Nuremberg trial and the loss of freedoms, I'm wondering which side the fear mongering is also coming from. I get it that, yes, maybe actions taken during the pandemic may not have been the correct, appropriate action. I think people were trying to do the best to save lives. And I think those things can be debatable, but some of these comments are ludicrous, continue to come to our board, and the data that you're using is not reliable data. And if, in fact, thank you for the book from Robert F. Kennedy. That is the most fear-mongering book I've ever seen in my life. So please, I want to have a conversation. This is not dialogue in the way that we're being approached. Approach us outside of the meeting and have a conversation, because this is not a way to move forward. Thank you. And with that, looks like we're done with public comment. We have public comment in the board chambers, so let's go ahead. And did you have something to say, Supervisor Scott? Or? Okay.
John Moss. I read Robert Kennedy's book. I do not think it is fear-mongering. I think it is well documented. Everything he says has the person and the place and the article to refer to. I want to ask Dr. Evans, do you happen to know the number of Lake County people who have come down with cancer since they have been vaccinated? Can you find that out for us? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that comment/question. We do have a comment from Supervisor Pyska.
Dr. Evans, thank you for your report today. It's wonderful to see you again, even though these are, it's a difficult conversation. We're all tired, as you mentioned. This is not the place that we thought that we would be in. We don't know what's going to happen. I appreciate your optimism, but I want to remember the 115 people that have died in Lake County and the 900,000 people that have died around our country and the healthcare workers that have left their professions this year. I had a really dear friend of mine who had to walk away from her job at Adventist because she said she got into this profession to help people, but all she was doing was putting her patients in body bags, and that was in October. So we don't know what's going to happen over the next few weeks and few months, but we do know our healthcare workers are going to stand their ground as best they can and do everything in their power to protect us and help us through whatever may happen. And I want to just send them our best wishes, remember them in our hearts, and the families that are suffering. This has been a very, very difficult time, and it's not over, and we have to continue to dig deep and have patience.
Thank you for your comment. Any further comments from the board? Also closed public comment, so bringing it back for any further comments. Dr. Evans, thank you very much for your time today and your update, and we'll look forward to seeing you again in the next year. And hopefully things will continue to go as good as they are right now, because our numbers are looking good. I know that I've been looking at them and comparing it to some of the other areas that were doing well, such as San Francisco and Marin, and we are definitely, as far as the numbers go, coming out of our state Department of Public Health, we are definitely looking good in comparison to the rest of the state of California at this moment, and I hope that we can remain that way.
I do too. And thanks for all the work you guys do on this.
Yep. Happy holidays. Okay, and then it is 10:04, and we will move on to our 10 a.m. item. public hearing for Greg Hansen General Plan Amendment. Do we need to take a break to get all of our staff here? And it looks like I'm getting a yes from a supervisor anyway. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, set up for our public hearing, make sure everybody is here and ready to go. And we will start again at, let's do a 6-minute break, 10:10. All right, we are a little bit behind schedule. It is 10:13, but we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. This is our 10 a.m. item, public hearing for Greg Hansen General Plan Amendment, GPAP 20-02, rezone RZ 20-02, and initial study IS 20-91. I need to check with Anita, public hearing. Do we need swearing in for this?
Not for this type of hearing,
That's
but
what I
thank
thought.
you for asking.
It's a rezone. It's not an appeal or anything like that. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to get started with community development with introducing the subject matter.
Good morning, Board Commissioners. So today's agenda, we're just going to go over the following. Oh, I am Satir Ham, the Assistant Planner for Community Development Department, and we are going to go over the agenda list with the list of topics and findings for the project.
And whoever has access to the mouse, you might be able to move that so you can have it not block your writing, the little screen in the top right corner. Hopefully that'll be, that's perfect.
Okay. So the applicant is requesting an approval for a general plan amendment of APN 008-03817 and 008-03844 from agriculture to industrial for approximately plus minus 7 acres. An area that fronts Big Valley Road. All other areas of the project parcel will remain designated as agriculture. And the details are on this slide. Additionally, no current agriculture activity will be impacted or removed. And this is actually previously it is one legal lot, and it was previously merged. Okay. For the record, the applicant owner is Greg Hansen, and the property is located at 3555 and 3445 Big Valley Road, Kelseyville, California, 95451. Okay, the applicant is requesting approval for a rezone of the same amount on the same area from agriculture to M2, heavy industrial. So it's also shown in here. So it's consistent with the general plan change to. The review of the proposed area is shown in light blue. The portion within the light blue would be rezoned to M2 and will remain consistent with the surrounding area with an opportunity for economic development. However, future development have not been proposed. To the left is a vacant parcel, is the parcel that's being rezoned, and it is vacant, currently vacant, and they are not producing or doing any agriculture production. To the right is the parcel across the street, zone as M2. The rezone complies with the general plan for economic development. However, no development proposed at this moment. The opportunity for one is available. The rezone area is surrounded by agriculture and commercial development, and it would be consistent with the surrounding area. The rezone complies with the minimum lot size and requirement of the proposed zoning. The proposed rezone would require a general plan amendment in compliance with the Lake County zoning ordinance. The applicant has proposed all information required in Article 47 to process the rezone. The applicant has submitted all the required information for the rezone application with the approval of the requested entitlements. The proposed rezone complies with the general plan, Kelseyville area plan, and zoning ordinance. The rezone would allow mixed-use development to provide economic opportunity for agriculture and commercial use. The initial study found that the rezone and the general plan amendment would not have any impact on the environment, as no development is proposed at this time. However, SECO requires analysis of all reasonably foreseeable development or project component that may occur on site in the future. Therefore, potential development of the parcel was analyzed at a general level, and it is determined that future development would not have any potential impact on the environment as the area requesting the land designation change. Any future development proposed would have to go through the Community Development Department, and further CEQA environmental analysis would need to be conducted. So there were a few public comments and concerns involving converting agriculture to commercial use. However, the applicant does not propose any development in the near future, instead to add value to the property as commercial use. The Planning Commissioner recommends the following to adopt a negative declaration due to no development proposed and no mitigation measures found. Approve the general plan amendment and the rezone because it is consistent with the general plan and the Kelseyville area plan. There will be no change in the project, which would not create new significant environmental impact nor result in any significant adverse environmental impact.
Okay, thank you very much.
That'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. Can we get the lights on? Thank you. Any questions or comments, or would you guys like to hear from the applicant before we go ahead and do that? I'm getting a lot of nods, so Mr. Hansen, if you'd like to come up to the microphone, and I'm not going to limit you to 3 minutes since you are the applicant here. I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning.
1 second, sir.
Can you hear me okay?
Not until Sam gets back to his booth behind the curtain. Go for it.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Brian Hansen. I'm the son of Greg Hansen, the applicant. I'll be representing the family today. This idea began years ago when we started a conversation with Rick Coel, which eventually turned into Bob Massarelli and Mike Lynn, and so on and so forth. But the underlying theme there, excuse me, is everybody agreed that this was a good idea and should happen. Rick actually had grander plans, but we've come to this. Then about a year ago, the project came to fruition when we decided to apply for the general plan amendment rezone, as the emerging regulations and restrictions on ag uses in the area, particularly with this parcel, were identified within the community growth boundary, and was understandable. The county had to take a line and draw some lines, and this was it. We were actually in agreement with that. That being said, one thing leads to another. In the communications with the Ag Commissioner's office after that, the property was actually referred to as a casualty of war, again, which we were in agreement with. In that, they were just inferring that they had to draw a hard line, essentially, on where to put setbacks and draw lines. This made the property impossible to develop into an ag use that was both beneficial economically to the county and to our family. So here we are. Since the beginning of the project, understandably, there's been some bumps in the road and multiple delays with staffing. I know the department has had their issues. I think we're on Satura, I think is our third planner, which I want to take a second and just acknowledge her because she's done such a great job taking this over. It wasn't hers to begin with. She picked it up maybe midway. So in an oftentimes thankless job, I just want to take a second and say thank you, Satura, for your hard work. This project was presented and reviewed before the Planning Commission. in accordance with all federal, state, and local agencies' requirements, with no appeals. Following the hearing, the commissioners ultimately approved the project by recommending approval to the board, which is why we're here today. I'm hoping we can move forward as recommended by PC, and I thank you for your time. And if there's any questions I can field or any questions people have, I'd be happy to answer. I'd just like to add, that was my sort of canned response so that my nerves didn't get the best of me. But I think the most important thing about this project is it has the community support. After countless conversations with members of the community, we are a deep part of the community, our family, us too. But with conversations with members of the KBA, I think this is family, friends, a lot of people that actually live and work in the area. Everybody seems to be in agreement that this is a good idea and a good stimulation for our area. The county even had the foresight to put public works. I don't know if it showed up in the photo, but there's a fire hydrant all the way, with a water main line all the way to the end of the property, which is just kitty corner from the county Department of Transportation yard. So I think there was obviously some foresight there. Someone had the idea that this was eventually going to happen and grow through this community growth boundary. One of my favorite quotes from one of the commissioners during the PC was, if we're going to be about community development and economic progress, then this is the type of project that we should probably be moving forward on. It was added that, sorry if you can't understand me through the mask, but it was added that the commissioners are often approached with questions about why are there no properties like this? Why is there no commercial zoning? Or why is there, they're constantly fielding questions from public or people that were wanting to come in the area, looking for opportunities such as this. So that was duly noted. Again, thank you for your time, and that's all I have for you today.
Okay, thank you very much. I would say that you can go ahead and take a seat, and if we do have questions for you, we'll go ahead and call on you. Any comments or questions from supervisors? Supervisor Scott?
No questions, just a comment that I definitely support this general plan amendment, and I really hope that we're able to move forward with it.
Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, I'd echo what Supervisor Scott had said, and thank you for bringing it to the finish line.
I did have a question. Well, number one, it makes perfect sense. It's right next door to industrial anyways. Right now, it's not being utilized as ag. It makes sense visually when you start looking at it from a zoning ordinance perspective, what zones are where, or zoning map perspective. It does not look like we're piecemealing and just spot mapping this new zone change here. So I think it makes perfect sense. There was a comment that you made, I just want a clarification, that there was still a need for an initial study to review potential projects.
If there is future developments to occur in the future, the applicant haven't proposed any development yet, but for any projects or any development, it would have to go through CEQA.
Right.
But we can't impose that kind of force development if there is no development proposed.
That would be a very weird place to live. I don't know if that would be still the United States of America. But yes, definitely the CEQA process for whatever development comes in the future. I just thought I heard that even in the initial study, they need to kind of look at what potential projects, because within the initial study, it's basically saying that it's the right place for that type of zone to be, but it doesn't go into the details. I don't know how you can get into the details without just fabricating projects that may or may never ever happen. So I just wanted to make sure that the initial study itself is following the rules and guidelines of what we needed to do in order to accomplish this, with the recognition that a more in-depth CEQA analysis would be done for whatever development may come in the future.
Oh,
It was a statement / question. I just wanted to make sure. And so the answer is yes, that is the case. Okay. No, I want to thank you for your patience. My heart kept dropping as you kept saying the names of people that you've worked with. Glad and thankful that we're here today, and that we're able to get those things accomplished, and hoping that in the near future that there may be the potential for some development there. And so I believe that there's no further comments, and so looking for action.
Public.
Oh. I had heard from Mr. Hansen, and I skipped that part. Any member of the public wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand if you're in the Zoom room, or come on up to the microphone if you're in the board chambers. Thank you, guys.
No problem, keep you on your toes.
And it looks like there's no hands in the Zoom room and no one stepping up to the mic in the board chambers. So looking for action.
Wait, I just want to make
Oh.
well, I look forward to whatever the development project might be. I think this is a great step forward in how Kelseyville is going to be growing, and I think it's a project that's going to be really important for the community.
Thank you for that, and I believe there's a couple of things to be done.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I'll start, I guess. I move that the Board of Supervisors find that the general plan amendment, GPAP 2002, and the rezone RZ 20-02 applied for by Greg Hansen will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a negative declaration shall be adopted with the findings outlined in the staff report dated May 27th, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Scott, second by Supervisor Pyska. Roll call, please, Johanna.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And then for the general plan amendment, I offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered by Supervisor Scott. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And for the rezone, I move that the reading of the ordinance be waived and title only be read.
Second.
And we have a motion from Supervisor Scott and a second by Supervisor Pyska. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. And if we can get that title.
If anyone has it present, can they read for me?
Mr. Chair,
Please.
an ordinance amending section 21-3.7 of chapter 21 of the ordinance code of the County of Lake by adopting a sectional district map, zoning map, number 3.7B1, period, and then a blank. That's the title.
Okay. I thought that we were looking for something to fill the blank, so. And that is the title. Thank you very much. And then
I offer the ordinance.
the ordinance has been offered by Supervisor Scott. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. I'm going to check, even though I didn't get looked at. We didn't need a second on the offering of the ordinance.
No, this was a zoning ordinance pursuant to a public hearing,
Yep, just wanted to make sure.
always.
Redos can be troublesome sometimes.
That's it.
Thank you all, thank you both, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Mary.
And so with that, we're still right on time, it would seem. We are going to our 10:30 a.m. item, consideration of resolution supporting community development department and processing commercial cannabis permits while ensuring appropriate environmental protection to our communities. So I brought you this item today, have been in communication with both CAO Hutchinson and Director Darby about some of the projects that we've been seeing coming to us as a Board of Supervisors, which typically it goes to the Planning Commission, but we've been seeing a lot of them here. And there's a lot of time that is taken up when it comes to an appeal process. I won't speak to the exact amount of time, but I know in speaking with CAO Hutchinson, it was quite time consuming for her staff, and I'm sure for Director Darby's as well. And I think that some of them, there has been some calls, whether correctly called for or not, for environmental impact reports to be looked at. An environmental impact report is a more in-depth, much more participation from the public is involved in those types of processes. And while the resolution itself, and I'll say this in a way that kind of really demeans my resolution, doesn't do anything. All it does is provide support for the community development with the laws that are already set in place by California CEQA processes that we have constantly and continuously talked about. For example, we're going to be talking about LACO later on. We want to move more efficiently through the processes. And while that's possible, I want to make sure that we are sharing public support that some projects may need to take the longer route, and we are in full support of them doing so. That we are not looking for efficiency. There's ways to do both. It's not a binary thing where it's either efficient or protection of the environment. There is ways to make it both happen. And I just wanted to make sure to put that support out verbally, that if through discretionary review of the zoning administrator, there's a decision to go through an EIR, that we are in 100% full support of that process being taken. It is not up to us to make that decision. That is up to our CDD. And again, in speaking with Director Darby, she liked the idea of bringing this resolution to the board. And so here it is in front of you, simply stating that we support the discretion of the Community Development Department to choose the path for best environmental protection for the projects that are in front of them. Supervisor Pyska.
How does this resolution change in any way how we already operate?
Like I said, it does not, other than sharing our support to make sure that we are not pressuring them in a way by speaking about efficiencies that is not pressuring them in any way to make a different decision. And I do not believe that those decisions have been made based on pressure, but we have seen some of these things come to us. And in my mind, we're getting closer to our communities. How can we mitigate to less than significant odor as we get closer to communities for an agricultural crop that is not a right to farm crop? And outdoor, if it was indoor, absolutely it can be mitigated. And outdoor, I think it becomes more difficult. Some of them are perfectly isolated and perfectly surrounded by places that would allow those things to happen without those types of issues. But others, not so much. And I will not be stating which ones I believe should be moving in those directions, but I want to make sure to share my support if the need to move in that direction is done. Because of, again, of the comments of how long it takes to go through the process.
And it's not that I disagree with the resolution. I'm just wondering kind of why. I mean, wouldn't we just give board direction to do this? Like, it just seems like an extra step that's not necessary. But again, it's not that I disagree with the point.
And I don't know how to respond to that other than the response that I already gave. Ms. Graham.
I would say that a resolution is simply a statement of policy or determination of your board. Here, and I will also say that in my review, I was very cautious because there's nothing presently in the applicable ordinances that provide tools for this, though certainly that can be addressed in that manner. But your board sits in a quasi-judicial capacity when you consider many land use appeals. You cannot therefore make decisions in advance as to appropriate level of environmental review for all projects, because that's part of what your board often considers, not always, but often considers in these cases. And it was my suggestion to include the CEQA guidelines because, quite frankly, I think people forget that those bind community development, and they also bind your board in terms of how these things gel out. Whether this is necessary, no. I think what the Supervisor Sabatier was attempting to do here was, as he said, was just to let the department know that your board doesn't have any expectations that a swift environmental review will always be necessary in order to encourage efficiencies in the department. And that's what it does in Supervisor Sabatier. I apologize in advance if I've overstepped.
No, I will add something to that it's also to state it to the public. That way it's understood that we support this, and that way if there are questions, well, it's their discretion, and we support what direction they are going to be taking. So it was a bit of a way also to buffer our community development from potential frustrations if applicants find themselves falling into the EIR process. We are in full support of it, and again, the discretion is fully and entirely within the hands of community development. Supervisor Scott?
I'm going to be a little honest here. I was a little thrown back when I saw this item put on the agenda and put on by Supervisor Sabatier, because for efficiency purposes, we have a committee that's supposed to be working with community development. And I was just kind of concerned that this wasn't brought from the committee.
And I have no way of communicating to the committee without breaching the Brown Act. And in my opinion, had conversations with both CAO Hutchinson and with Director Darby, feel that I still have the ability to bring something that I might be concerned about that might not be something that is being discussed within the CDD. And I don't want to drop my concerns solely because the CDD committee should be the sole group to focus on concerns. So and again, not changing any law, not changing anything at all. So I felt that it was not a inappropriate item to put on the agenda.
I don't know, I guess I just look at it as efficiency. We have these different committees that we're supposed to sit on, and it just seems inefficient when there's overlap. That's my only comment. I was just kind of thrown back when I saw this.
Okay. Supervisor Crandall?
I actually appreciate this, and the reason I state that is because in my town councils, this is brought up quite frequently, even though it's, like we said, it doesn't necessarily do anything except for give the public a chance to know that this is what we support. In their mind, they kind of have this thought process that we're telling the CDD department to push everything and don't look at anything environmental or how the public sees it. This gives them a chance to know that we aren't saying that, and also gives direction with this ordinance to kind of just restate it, or resolution, I'm sorry, the resolution, and that's kind of what a resolution, like Anita had mentioned, it's what it kind of does, just explains it again so we can kind of highlight that for the public to know. It gives me a chance to refer them to this meeting and time frame, and hopefully that helps with some of the dialogue in some of my town halls. So I didn't know it was coming till this week, and I'm glad it's here. It helps for me, so I support it.
Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, it was a little interesting too when I saw it on the agenda as we move forward. Obviously, the CDD committee, we're doing good work. Obviously, the board has asked for an update, and we're planning on giving one in January as we move forward. We want to make sure that we're always supporting our new community development director, Mary, as she moves forward with the challenges in the county. So, I don't disagree. I just, I hope that the board, when we set up these committees and we do that we're going to do the work, and we're going to keep doing the work to bring it back to the board to get hopefully the answers as we move forward. And I'm hoping the other board members do that. If there's a concern that, things aren't happening quick enough or other stuff, then when we do our committee assignments, that's when we need to have a conversation. Like you said, you weren't able to communicate with CDD committee, so let's have a conversation in January 4th on what committees are out there and who's on those, so we can have these things, so that we're always working, the best that we can together on moving forward with projects as they're coming back to the full board. But nothing in this ultimate support for our community development is a goal that we want to get to, and make sure that we're all working in the same direction on that. So we'll see after the discussion. I would like to also hear from Mary on the resolution as we move forward, so.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Crandall?
Just real quick, for me, it kind of also makes me think of AB 52 and some of those type of laws that aren't, sometimes are either overlooked or not thought out in some of the projects because of the past differentiation of people leaving and coming back. And so since we have a new director in place with lots of new staff possibly coming in and whatnot, getting us all on the same page really helps for systemic produce in that department. So that's why I think it helps.
Thank you. Director Darby?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today, and thank you so much for the initiation of this proposed resolution that's before you. When I was approached about this particular resolution, I was supportive of it because there are a lot of projects that I have that are in the queue that require a lot of environmental review, and because of that environmental review, it holds up the projects. And so I thought that this was an excellent idea to receive support by the board so that applicants or the community would know that CDD is not the reason that these projects are being withheld or held up, but that we had statutes and guidelines that we have to follow with CEQA, and sometimes those guidelines or regulations may require a mitigated negative declaration or EIR, or maybe sometimes we have accepted projects that didn't receive the correct environmental review, and so that is a little disheartening to a lot of our community or applicants, and so I thought this would be a great idea to just kind of reiterate the process that we have to undergo when we're reviewing these projects. So thank you for bringing it before the board, and I hope you consider it.
Thank you for your comment. And if there's no further comments, let's go ahead and go to public. Betsy Kahn.
Thank you very much. I would like to suggest that if you want to clarify the agreement that you are all documenting in this resolution, that you should, that the committee, the ad hoc committee, and the staff of the Community Development Department should consider revising Article 64 of the zoning ordinances. The second half of their two items in Article 64, one of them refers to the use of an internal Lake County environmental guideline, which is clearly outdated. It was created in the 70s, right after CEQA came into existence. It was revised in the 80s. My inquiries recently of staff at the CDD indicates that it's no longer in use. It's quite conflicting with your purpose that you're stating today in this resolution, and I would really urge you to just replace that Article 64, Item B, with the statement that all of the procedures used by the Community Development Department are aligned with the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, period. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and I think that was heard by the CDD committee in case they wish to discuss that. And seeing no one in the board chambers and no other hands in the Zoom room, let's bring it back to the board for action or further deliberation.
Mr. Chair, I'll motion to adopt resolution supporting Community Development Department in processing commercial cannabis permits while ensuring appropriate environmental protection to our communities. And did they want to make these corrections, or the board, the ones that were offered by Betsy?
No, that
Well,
would be,
state
that would
law,
be a
the
different,
state law automatically trumps the
Okay.
Article 64, and it wouldn't be in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
My clarification was, so you're offering the ordinance,
Oh,
or the resolution then, rather.
What am I thinking? I offer the resolution.
Resolution has
Sorry.
been, no worries. Resolution has been offered by Supervisor Crandall.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And something weird is happening today. We're right on time on every single one of these items. 10, I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry. But just so everybody look at me.
You have a no-hitter in the sixth.
So we're going to move on to our 6.5, 10:45 a.m. item, discussion consideration of making public works and water resources separate standalone departments. CAO Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agendized this item for you, given the fact that we are anticipating a considerable amount of infrastructure funding coming to us in the coming year or two. And so this discussion is brought forward to enable your board to consider whether it would make sense to have these two departments, Water Resources and Public Works, be separate, thus enabling Public Works to focus on the multitude of projects that they will probably face by this funding availability. And while there is no recommendation in this memo, it's really an opportunity for you to have that discussion. I did include the history because this is a topic that has been discussed a number of times by your board, and the two departments have been combined and separated several times in recent years. They are presently combined. And so if your board has interest in moving towards separating them again, then I'll bring Stephen Carter into the conversation as well, and we can talk about options you would have for position allocations. And based on the direction, we would come back to you on a future agenda date with the actual changes to your position allocation. The staffing levels as they are at present would require some changes to both departments. So that's really the sum total of my presentation at this point. I see the Public Works Water Resources Director has his camera on, so I think he probably wants to comment now.
And just want to check with the board, you guys okay with Public Works Director and Water Resource Director starting before our comments?
Yes.
Okay. Director De Leon.
Well, good morning. I don't really have a whole lot of comments other than I'm certainly here to answer any questions. I'll I guess share my opinion. I appreciate the discussion. However, we've got a pretty good team up here, and we have a system in place. Water Resources is certainly covered with DPW admin and our function to provide them all the accounting and clerical and other administrative duties and handling them without any trouble. You know, the federal funding opportunities are certainly welcomed, and you know, it's a top priority for me, and I'm working pretty collaboratively with our consultant with the APC and our consultant that is performing our 5-year rehab plan and others. So including our administrative office, who's been working with our congressman on developing projects for specific funding. So I personally, I feel like we're in good shape. I feel like we're able to handle the workload and really would not like to see the disruption from the separation of the departments. And you know, we're still trying to fill positions here with DPW and just completed a recruitment that the assistant director that unfortunately the individual who would have been very, very good declined our offer. So we're going to go back out and continue with that. And I'd like to see our efforts on really focusing on filling positions instead of separating. So that's my opinion. Again, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director De Leon. Any comments or questions from board members? Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation today. As we all know, we sat here today, obviously in a drought emergency, and these things are going to be coming up as we go. We are all being inundated by questions on water basins, you know, throughout the county, and constant conversations about that with climate change and other things being addressed. I think we need to look at water resources as a standalone department, because it's going to come with some serious challenges over the next decade and the things that we're going to be asked to do here locally. Looking at a long-term sustainable water resiliency program in Lake County, and looking at the growth and the opportunities down the road. We already know that water is gold. Water is something that we really need to take into consideration, and I think having this department for water resources, I think we have done a great job of filling those positions with some really young, enthusiastic, educated folks that will really thrive, I think, if we give them the opportunity to move forward with that. In consideration of the public works and our roads, since we've come on, this is a major focus, I know, of this board as we move forward, to make sure that we're in a position in the Public Works Department to take full advantage of any infrastructure dollars to help fix the roads here in Lake County. When we talk about economic development, that is a big part of it. You can't put a beautiful business at the end of a road that is not in disrepair. And as you know, I think unless it's changed, and you can correct me, Scott, I think our road index was at like 37, and I could be too high on that number out of 100. And it's going to take a lot of work to even get us to 50% out of 100 over the next decade as we try and do this. And being focused for both those departments on major issues coming down over the next decade, both climate change for the water resources, and then infrastructure needs for economic development for our road development here in Lake County are big. And I think having two separate directors, just really concentrating on those directives that will be coming from the board and from our communities as we move forward are important. I know there's a lot of work. I know this has gone back and forth in discussions, but keeping up with climate change is really important. And we're seeing it in our forests. We're seeing it in the weather patterns that we're having and the challenges we're, meeting and moving forward with right now. And I think having focused departments is really important there. So from my point of view, those are my comments. I know there'll be a lot of discussion as we go forward. So,
Supervisor Pyska?
I appreciate your comments. Those are really strong points, and we are looking at how we adapt for sustainability and get to the point where we can thrive through climate change. So we're faced with a lot right now. One of my big questions was, though, do we have an understanding on what type of funding we're going to be seeing through the infrastructure bill? Because I think, that's a big part of this too, is what is the workload that we're looking at, and how are we going to ramp up that capacity?
And we don't yet. Counties, smaller jurisdictions have not been advised what funding amounts or for types of projects will be coming. Just that there is a lot coming, at least with the legislation that is still in the works. We know about the ARPA funds, which you're talking about later today. But for the big infrastructure money that is reportedly coming, we have no specifics yet.
Right. There are definitely specifics within the bill, but no knowledge of what we might be receiving, what portion of the pie. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say I appreciate the timeline that was included, because I remember when David Cowan had left, I think we had a lot of high hopes with David Cowan. He started right when we started, or he started like the summer before 2019. And then all of a sudden he just said he had to go. And so our choice was Scott DeLeon because of his knowledge with water resources and his experience. And it eventually became where we're in a situation where we always needed a director, and it just kept going. So I feel, I appreciate the work that he's done with us, and it's his knowledge that's really kept us going there. And I think a lot of the employees really work well in that department because of his leadership. And I know that we're looking to probably focus more on the roads, but because of his knowledge and his expertise, I think that's going to do a lot of good with what's coming down the pipe with ARPA funds. And so yeah, I just wanted to highlight that.
Or with infrastructure funds.
Right, or, yeah, there you go.
Too many funds.
Too many funds, man, sorry.
Supervisor Scott?
Well, I think this is the first time in Lake County that we've, having the issue of having money and making sure that we have the people in place to be able to spend it. Usually we're scrambling, trying to figure out where's the money going to come from to fix the situations that we have. I know we don't have an idea of how much money we're going to be getting, but do we have kind of a date of when this money might start coming in so we can make sure that we're ahead of the game? Because I think for us, we're always behind, and I think this is a great time to look at these two departments and make sure that they are appropriately running to be able to run with it. When we do get the funding, we know funding is coming to be able to work on the projects that are at hand, because we all receive phone calls, probably weekly, regarding our roads. And so those are incredibly important, not just for the people that live here, but for the people that visit here. So I think it's incredibly important to make sure that we are ready when those funds come in.
And I would suspect that a minimum of probably 6 months before we get the criterias of what the money can be used for. It's going to take time for the bureaucratic process to decide how much is going where, and then what's the criteria to access the funds. I think we, no matter what the timeline is, just need to have some shovel-ready projects, and I think it's about getting the designs done first and foremost, and then figuring out which ones meet the criteria that now has been finalized over at the federal side. But I don't think anybody can provide any specific timeline, but it's going to take time. And we know that it takes time, but it's about being prepared ahead of time. I do know that we have submitted for a 5-year plan to be done, and I think that was some of the work that Director De Leon was speaking of. And I think that off of that plan is where we really need to start getting serious about getting those designs prepared, putting in our own 2 cents as to which ones we think need to be in the priority list when we bring it to the public and discuss what that 5-year plan look like. I think the 5-year plan will be a very technical plan based on what they see on the data and the cost and the level of need for each road. But then we'll be able to know and understand the needs of the community, maybe more so than the data can show that kind of level of knowledge. And so I think between the data and our input, that we will get to a good 5-year plan. And from there, that's where we really just need to hit the road running and get those designs done. So we can literally pull it off the shelf when money is made available, whether it's through the infrastructure bill or other ways. Because we are still receiving SB1 funds, we are still receiving HUDA funds, and each one of those has specific criteria of how it can or can't be used. For example, HUDA funds can't be used on residential roads. Which is a huge problem because that's where there's the most need. And so hopefully this infrastructure bill will not be about collector streets or arterial streets and really about communities, because I really believe that's where we need it the most. So it's a wait and see process for what that will look like. I do know that I was here, as Supervisor Crandall mentioned, when the departments were split. I appreciate the forward progress that I've seen happening at our water resources. We had a FEMA flood zone issue that is in a much better position today than it was when it was its own department. We were not getting any movement whatsoever on the Middle Creek Restoration Project, which is exactly why Supervisor Crandall and I got together and decided to make the committee with the approval of the board. There's been some great movement there, including an extension of our funds coming from the state and some acquisition of properties that's happening, with also some very good conversations to get support from our federal and state representatives for that. In my opinion, there's been some greater progress in the combining than there was before. So in my opinion, the reason it's gone back and forth is it's not always showed us that it's, because the person at the helm makes a huge difference, and obviously we weren't getting the exact outcomes that we were looking for, so we ended up combining. And so I think that with the 5-year plan coming down the pike, with the fact that the money is not here right now, and even if the money was here, we need this 5-year plan to really kind of help us guide towards what projects need to be done. And then provide guidance to our department with expectations of a certain amount of things getting done. And I'm not gonna venture to say exactly what that certain amount of things looks like today. That I think that's the way we need to move right now, rather than making a decision with so much unknowns as to what the future brings. I know that it is a daunting task, and it's also been a dismal task in seeing our roads moving forward, but at the same time, we've also received very little amount of funds to truly help and make that change happen. I know, for example, Director De Leon and I, right when I started back in 2019, had a discussion of how are we going to create enough money to double or at least 50% more of the amount of taxes that we're receiving to get our roads done, because the way the state's paying us, it's just not enough to be able to get things done. There's a difference between doing a chip seal to just cover up the mess versus doing a complete road rehab, which some of these roads really do need. So I don't mind the conversation, but I think that it's a little premature. I think we need a little bit more data in front of us, a little bit more information. And I think that waiting for that 5-year plan and setting some expectations will let us know, do these expectations go above and beyond the capability of a department head to be successful with 2 departments under their wings, or is it possible for that department head to be successful with the expectations we're placing as is? And I think that the conversation is just premature at this moment in time. Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, just as we're talking passionately about the roads, is we know what's coming. Climate change is here. It is happening. So the expansion of our water resources, understanding what our groundwater basins are in Lake County, our aquifers for the entire county, and looking at how we're going to be moving forward to address this and be prepared as we move forward for the next, 7 generations here in Lake County. Water has always been here, but understanding where it is, especially for the folks in the southern end of the county that are on aquifers, not off of the lake, and understanding, what those growth opportunities are for us over the next, like I said, 20 years, and understanding that. And I think whether funding's coming or not, this is an issue we're going to be dealing with. And I think the best department and an opportunity to move forward with that is water resources, and making sure that we have a director and the staff there to help us concentrate solely on those issues that are coming up. So whether we deal with it now or later, I think we're going to be continuing these conversations. But, the focus on that obviously is, 2 big infrastructure opportunities and long-term resilience opportunities. One for the roads, which we've been dealing with since I've been on the board. We have, kind of focused. I'm glad we got the 5-year plan going. We need to be doing that in the Water Resources Department, looking at everything that we're dealing with right now, with the new ag industry coming in, long-term development, folks from outside of the county trying to take dams down, all these different things that are happening as we move forward. So that's where the conversation comes from my point of view. I do appreciate Scott De Leon and the Public Works Department being over Water Resources, but I also know just in the last couple of years, the folks that we put in there in the Public Works Department are passionate, they're educated, they do a great job moving forward, and so that's where my conversation comes from.
I did omit a comment that now I remember I wanted to make, and Director De Leon point out the fact that he's done a couple recruits and has not come to fruition with the expectations of landing somebody in the vacancy. I think that right there is important no matter what decision is made for both of those departments. I think that having a full staff is what's really going to help ensure that we can get these projects done, no matter, again, if it's under one department or with 2 departments under his wings. And so I'd like to ask if it's possible to offer creative ways or the next level of recruiting to make sure that we can fill those positions, because I think that's one of the things, no matter what happens, we need to fill those positions. And it's not on today's agenda, but kind of looking at a direction to staff maybe, or something like that.
It's within the director's purview to take on creative recruitment strategies. He can absolutely do that. He can look into an executive recruiting firm if he wishes, or he can ask HR to do a more amplified, broader recruitment, advertising in sources that are applicable to his work. I don't know that we require board action for that, because it's something we do regularly when we have particular challenges. As far as a executive recruiter, of course, if the cost was at a certain level, it would require board approval, but generally for a singular recruitment, it does not.
Okay, and the reason I was looking in your direction is because of HR, but I will turn my attention over to Director De Leon, and please utilize whatever is available to you, because I think filling those positions is one of the key ingredients to being successful in this infrastructure program that's coming up.
And I absolutely have and will continue to do that. The most recent recruitment, we were hopeful that with the recent changes in compensation that was approved by your board, that we would see increased interest, and we did. We've done recruitments where we didn't get any applicants, and the most recent one, we had 2 applicants. One of them was very good, and it was very disappointing that he chose not to accept the offer. But we view that as a positive. There's folks looking at Lake County, and we're going to continue to do that. And I will work with HR on our next recruitment to expand that. I will tell you that we advertised our last recruitment through SEAC, American Public Works Association, and other statewide agencies that folks in the industry could see that recruitment. So, but we will continue to do that.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott?
I just want to add that the board's already taken action to put strategies in place to help fill these positions. So, make sure we're looking at that with, sign-on bonuses and other things that are available.
Right.
And we made sure that he was aware of the signing bonus and moving expense reimbursement, and works closely with Pam to put together the best offer we could make, and we'll continue to work together to do that.
Thank you. Any further comments? Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, just to highlight as well, I remember in August when we made the decision, just another thing I remembered that was stated was that even when Mr. Cowan was present, he was referring quite frequently to Director De Leon for information. And that's why also when he left, we were able to hit the ground running with that visit from Gary Mendy at the Middle Creek Restoration. He already knew kind of a lot about it. So I don't know if that's going to work out for, any type of, whoever takes over the position, if we, split these positions, split these departments apart. How are we going to work that out to make sure or ensure that moves forward as well? Just want to ensure that takes place. If that makes any sense, because I think we kind of went with Mr. Cowan. He came in and we had to kind of get him up to par. So,
and I think that's up to us to make sure and set the expectations, no matter what decision is made and no matter what happens, to make sure that there's continuity and that there's expectations that are set, so that we make sure that we continue to be successful. That's how I would respond to that.
Okay.
Any further comments before I open it up for the public? Okay. Let's go ahead and open it up for the public. We have a hand up in the Zoom room. Betsy Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 comments to contribute to this discussion. I have been involved as a volunteer for the Clean Water Program in the County of Lake since 2009. I've worked with the Department of Public Works, Community Development Department, Department of Water Resources, and some of the subject matter that's involved with the absent subject that is not addressed here, which is the Watershed Protection District. I've seen the impacts to the department over time, where Mr. De Leon originally had the entire responsibility for the Department of Public Works. Then it became his job to do that separately for 25% of his time. Then the department was reintegrated into Public Works and so forth. This back and forth, I believe, is disruptive in general, especially when the director currently says we're working on this very well. And I have seen such an incredible amount of support coming from the Department of Public Works for our current Department of Water Resources. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Before you make this decision to just split the departments, that you should allow the director currently to work on that 5-year plan, make a continued effort to recruit for that deputy public works director, and advise you as to what needs to be done, rather than you deciding on the basis of, this, again, the big dollar signs come in and then you guys all, decide something has to be done about those big dollar signs. I think Mr. De Leon's done an excellent job, and you should just let him make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I see no further hands up in the Zoom room and hands up in the boardroom. Please come up to the microphone.
Joan Moss, I'm very interested in Mr. De Leon and his good relationship with his road crew personally, but I want to know what the difference is between a department head and a commissioner. Last week I heard him called a commissioner. I want to know what the difference is and what that means.
You're speaking of a road commissioner, and Director De Leon, you may be able to summarize road commissioner better than myself.
Is he still a department head?
Yes. He is both positions. I believe the state law requires that we have a road commissioner, and as Director of Public Works, I don't know if it's automatic or if we have placed him in that position of being road commissioner as well. Again, Director De Leon, you know better than I do.
Well, you actually hit it on the head. As Public Works Director, I'm also the road commissioner for the county. So it's a function of the Streets and Highways Code, and it just kind of comes with the position.
Thank you very much. And no further public comment, bringing it back to the board.
This was for direction only, correct?
I believe so.
Mr. Chair, is it correct to assume there is no direction at this time?
Yes, the recommended action was direction to staff or no direction at all, and I looking to see if there's other comments before I make my comment.
I think I've made my comments, and where I was coming from as far as clear. I felt like this was a conversation, I'm in agreement with the conversation in separating departments, but I haven't heard a consensus in that manner, so.
Might be good to put it in a motion since we don't seem to have consensus.
I'd like to have some more discussions.
And I'll just state my last comment, just to reiterate in a brief summary. I'd like to wait for the 5-year plan and set expectations, and then based on those expectations and the potential knowledge of the infrastructure bill and things coming down the pike, that would give us a better position to make a decision versus now with so many unknowns.
That's where I'm at too. I want to see the reality of the work that, or the opportunity of the work that we're going to be able to accomplish. And I think we'll be in a better position to further this discussion and make decisions at that point.
And so I think we need to hear from others.
Yeah, I'm on the same page.
So we have 3 who agree, and that would be consensus.
Mr. Chair, may I ask, what is the timeline for completion of the 5-year
I
plan?
believe it was a 6-week, 10-week process that we signed with the company, and I believe by February or something like that, they were supposed to be done. I see Director De Leon is agreeing.
Yes, it was time in February. I don't have the date yet, but we'll be bringing that to your board in the month of February with their the conclusion of their plan and a summary of that plan.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for the discussion. And that will go ahead and close out this item. Do we have, I don't see her on here, so I'm just going to keep going. We have item 7.2. Let's go ahead and take that on. I see that we do have Craig Weatherby in our attendees. Is it possible to move Craig Weatherby over to panelists?
It's in progress.
And it looks like he just popped in. So 7.2 is consideration of ordinance, amending the micro home kitchen operation ordinance. As you know, I believe it was back on December 15th is when we finalized the second reading of the ordinance in 2020. We started out in January with a pilot program with up to a maximum of 10 total permits. AB 626, just as a brief summary, is a bill that was passed through our legislature that allowed home kitchens to be used commercially. So you didn't need to have a commercial hood, a commercial fridge, or any type of commercial equipment, but you were greatly limited in what you can do. You were limited in what you can cook. So for example, no shellfish, things like that, no raw milk. And you were limited on the amount of money you can make and the number of meals you can serve on a, I believe it was weekly basis. So if you sold all of them within a matter of 2 days, your week would be over. We opened it up so that there was a maximum of 2 applications per district, just to kind of spread it out and see how it worked. And I do know, I'm going to steal a little tiny bit of Mr. Weatherby's thunder here. There was a lot of reluctance. It was bad timing in the sense that we were heavy involved with COVID-19 at the time. Our public health department, which environmental health is a part of, were highly involved in what was going on with COVID-19. But one of the reasons that Supervisor Crandall and myself brought it to the attention of the board was the fact that our restaurants were struggling. Was there another way to try and provide some help? Or on the reverse, is there a way for us to provide a new, almost like a gig economy type of job here in the county of Lake while dealing with COVID-19? The pilot program was based off of that reluctance so that we can make sure that it would have very little impact on the departments as we move forward. We knew there was going to be some learning processes. I will apologize for the length of time it's taken to bring this back. We had anticipated to do a review after 6 months. As you can see, we doubled that. We're now in December instead of July reviewing this. But so far, the program has been successful. And I will let Mr. Weatherby provide some information since he's had some firsthand contact with the applicants and seen how this program has worked.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Board. The program was generally very successful. The implementation was indeed very rough to begin with. We had an exceptionally high interest in the program. We took about 30 to 40 calls within 3 days of putting this program in place. However, the program, as AB 626 kind of was written out, proved to become somewhat restrictive, and a lot of people kind of opted not to move forward due to the restrictions. However, for the 5 people who did move on to permit, they were able to, for the first time ever, operate a home kitchen and sell their food legally to the community. And it has had mixed benefit to them. A couple of them are really enjoying it. Some have decided that they're going to try something different. But ultimately, this was an opportunity to give people a chance And it has ultimately been a very successful endeavor as it relates to those folks who chose to use it. Moving on to a permanent program, opening it up for more opportunities for people, we're actually kind of encouraged for that. The need to make this decision is driven by the fact that we're still in trial program, which means that we are still honoring the permits that were issued under the trial program. However, we cannot issue any new permits until the program is finalized one way or the other. And so there's a lot of folks who are waiting for that. I also would like to point out, we do have a significant uptick in illegal vending from home. We're seeing that on Facebook, we're seeing it on Instagram. And this is a tool that we can use to help these folks, create a business opportunity for themselves and start, doing something with their passion. And hopefully it leads to them moving on to a restaurant in the future if this proves to be something they enjoy. So.
Thank you very much. I was very pleased with the words that I heard from Mr. Weatherby when we first started reviewing the program, that it went from kind of nervous about it to absolutely happy to see, especially his comments on seeing people's homes, which is where I think the majority of the anxiety came from when discussing the program. There was nothing but positive words about what he saw and how clean their kitchens were. It was actually a very positive experience that he related back to us in our meetings together. So I appreciate that people are trying to do the program, and I think that right now we are looking at expanding it from a pilot program to something more permanent. Within that permanent, we are still limiting the number of licenses, and that's to ensure that it's working correctly, and looking at an annual review this time rather than 6 months, and just to see how it's going. Doesn't have to be anything intense from a staff perspective, but we're looking at a maximum of 20 licenses now, and instead of splitting that evenly by district, since some districts did not have any licenses, we're looking at saying a maximum of 10 in a single district to just try to limit it of how many people are doing it, to try to minimize the potential adverse impacts from having too many. Also, we're reviewing the cost of getting the permits and getting the plan checks done now that we've learned how many hours it actually takes to go through that process. And I really appreciate the educational opportunity and the informational opportunity that our environmental health staff have provided to the applicants. I think that's been very useful, and I know that I received that from Mr. Weatherby as well, which makes it easier then for the annual permit to be renewed in the future as long as there's no major changes. One of the things that we missed that I made sure to kind of rectify was that in AB 626, it does allow for in-home consumption, or on-site consumption, is the actual thing, or on-site pickup. We're not allowed to change AB 626. It's either we say yes or no. However, we do have some authority in the sense that we don't want to create a mess in a residential area. And so everyone, both city jurisdictions and the county have parking ordinances. And you need to have an approval that your parking ordinance will actually allow these things to happen. The majority will most likely not be able to do in-home consumption because of the parking situation. But everyone has been doing delivery, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Weatherby, but everyone has been doing delivery. No one has been doing on-site consumption at this moment in time.
I have not been made aware of any of the permitted facilities actually doing in-home.
Yeah.
Just that it remains an option under 626.
And so we wanted to make sure that there has to be a potential for a minor use permit if you're going to be doing that. CDD is made aware. I sat down with Director Darby about it. I sat down with both cities, and for both cities it states, and I believe it stated this before, you have to have a business license. We don't do that here in the county. And for both cities and the county, you need to get approval from the CDD or the planning department of each jurisdiction to make sure that you can do an on-site consumption or pickup, just to make sure that we're following the rules and not creating anything that shouldn't happen. But overall, so far, the program has created positive outcomes, and I hope that it continues. And my last one also is we did limit it for time from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Because we don't want people doing pickups or on-site consumption in a residential area all the way through 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever might happen. So we wanted to make sure and limit that as well. And so those are all the changes that are being offered. And I do apologize. I know that I've been working with Supervisor Crandall. His name never made it on the sponsor of this. He has been involved in every single one of our meetings. I tried adding it at the last second and resubmitted it, but it never made it on the agenda. So I apologize, and I'd love to offer you some time to share some words.
No, I know that initially, and I think it was right at the beginning of COVID, we were talking about this, and there were so many people that wanted to do it because of that situation. And interestingly enough, many of the people that came and spoke didn't even put in for a license. But either way, what I did appreciate was the fact that we are one of the trailblazers in it with Riverside County, San Mateo, and other cities, and we were even in different organizational meetings to talk about our experiences with it as well. And Craig has been wonderful in this. He's I really appreciate a lot of the work he's put into this, his can-do attitude, and his putting us in a position to understand about what about environmental health we didn't understand, the time frame and the intricacies that it takes to get things done, and some of the things we were proposing weren't going to fit in with that. So kudos to him on that. So thank you.
And just to jump off of your comment of trailblazing, I know that Mr. Weatherby has been contacted by multiple counties throughout the state of California asking, how is this working? Because I think they shared the same anxiety that we shared about, is this really the program that we want to start and look into? But he's been fielding those phone calls, and it's kind of nice when Lake County gets asked, how do you do something, rather than the reverse. And so I believe, last comment, I did get a phone call from a city council member in the city of Lakeport during a Day of the Dead festival. One of the permit holders had a booth over at the event, spoke to that council member about that's how they got their business started, and that's how they were able to do the things they do. I believe it's the ones that do the lumpia. And I got a phone call from that council member being thankful that we have this program to allow for these types of businesses to start. I see it as a sort of incubator type of program with the hope, as Mr. Weatherby stated, to eventually either get to a food truck or get to a restaurant. So again, that is the ordinance in front of you to amend the original ordinance with the changes that I've gone ahead and stated. Any comments? Supervisor Scott.
I do have a couple questions. So can you elaborate on some of the businesses that have been permitted? What kind of foods are they selling? Are they hot foods? Are they wedding cakes? What are they doing? And has anybody been able to move forward and move to a storefront?
So I'll take the second part first. I'm not aware of anybody who has moved on to move to a storefront or a mobile truck or vehicle of that nature as of yet. I can confirm that at least one of the permitted folks was originally an illegal food vendor, and this program has given them an opportunity to do their stuff legally. And so that's, we do know about that particular one. I'm sorry, can you repeat the first part of your question?
What kind of foods are they preparing and having delivered?
So this is the interesting part about 626 is some of the restrictions that are placed on it. All of their food must be prepared on the same day. So that excludes things like barbecue that need to be marinated overnight or things like that. So we had a lot of folks who wanted to do those types of foods, but ultimately they couldn't do it because they couldn't do prep the day before. So that was a restriction that proved to be a problem for some folks. However, we're seeing a pretty incredible variety of menus. We're seeing some stuff on the high-end scale. We're seeing lamb chops, being served with stuff that I can't pronounce. Some incredible chef kind of opportunities. We're also seeing hot dogs. We're seeing lumpia. We're seeing some ethnic foods that are coming out. It's actually been a very wide variety.
And I would have to say it's probably pretty difficult to create foods that do not have any prepare time the day before. I mean, just the chopping and preparing and getting things together. So having to do all that in one day seems kind of difficult.
And I think it's to limit the potential for foodborne diseases because of the fact that they do not have a commercial kitchen or refrigerator or things like that. Any further comments or questions before we open it up for the public? Oh,
Just a simple question. If I got it right, do we have 5 current licenses at this point?
That is correct. 5 permits have been issued, and we took in 12 applications.
Excellent. My question would be, what districts? Do you know what districts they're in?
I do have that information off the top of my head. Surprisingly, City of Clear Lake had 0. I want to say your district had 2. Supervisor Crandall's district had 2, and Supervisor Peiska's district had 1.
Excellent. Thank you. Good. A good array across the county then. Excellent.
And I'm still working on the City of Clear Lake 1.
We were very surprised by that. That was where the most interest came from in the initial calls. But then we ultimately had 0 applicants and 0 permitted. We're a little baffled by that, honestly.
We'll see what we can do. And I know that Chef Robert from Woodland Community College was involved in our original conversations, and he was interested. But I know that life happened, and hopefully he'll be submitting an application in the near future as well, which would add another one in your district, Supervisor Peiska. Supervisor Scott?
Oh, no.
Oh, never mind. All right, if there's no further comments, then let's go ahead and open it up for the public. I see we have a comment from Kevin Ingram.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Spatier and honorable board members. This is Kevin Ingram, City Manager with the City of Lakeport. I want to note the City of Lakeport's support of the microhome kitchen operation ordinance. I'll freely admit that I was skeptical of this ordinance at first. AB 626 is kind of a strange setup. It provides for, in its founding documents by the state legislature, that on the surface kind of would allow the county health department to usurp some of our local zoning controls. However, with great compliments to both Supervisor Sabatier and Mr. Weatherby with Environmental Health, the proposed Lake County ordinance is crafted in a way where local review is maintained. This is a good ordinance that not only maintains and balances our ability to make sure that our neighborhoods remain safe and enjoyable for everybody in them, but also provides that economic development opportunity for small restaurateurs and food service providers to break into the marketplace with kind of reduced capital and overhead costs. This will provide a wonderful stepping stone and opportunity for small food service providers to grow in our communities. Kind of, I think, what Supervisor Scott was alluding to. You know, I think the ultimate idea is to allow them to start in these small setups, but eventually get them into our downtown areas and helping fill some of those storefronts and stuff, kind of meeting that economic development demand. So thank you, and I would encourage your board to move forward with this ordinance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ingram. And I see no further hands up in the Zoom room and no hands up in the boardroom. And let's bring it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I offer the amending ordinance. No?
This ordinance will require the standard 2 readings, so first there would be the motion to waive reading of the ordinance and have it read in title only. And then if that is approved, the second motion is to advance it to the next available hearing date, well, 5 days. So in this case, the next available hearing date.
So, Mr. Chair, I motion to waive initial reading and read in title only.
We have a
Second.
motion from Supervisor Crandall. I didn't wait for it, I apologize. And a second from Supervisor Peiska. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Peiska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And should I read it? I can read it. An ordinance amending ordinance number Do you have the number?
Oh,
It's 3099.
3099 of the County of Lake Code regulating microenterprise home kitchen operations and incorporating by reference health and safety code sections 113789, 113825, 114367, 114367.1 through 114367.6, and 114390.
And then, perfect. And then the next would be the motion to advance reading of the ordinance to January 4th,
So moved.
2022.
So moved.
Second.
so we have a motion from Supervisor Crandall, a second by Supervisor Scott. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. And Johanna, thank you for saving us with having the ordinance number on hand.
And so now.
And we have a hand up from CAO Hutchinson.
When you're complete with this item, I wanted to check in with you on timing, so.
Okay,
Sorry,
I think we are done with this item.
Okay, so you've got a number of additional untimed items, and as you recall, I have the time constraint coming up. I'll need to be out of this meeting from approximately 12:20 for about 40 minutes. I'm speaking to a civic group in Clear Lake. So I don't know what your plans are at this point in terms of lunch, but my recommendation would be that if you are taking a lunch break, that maybe we take up item 7.3 after the lunch break so that I can participate in it fully and perhaps take up some of the other agenda items which may not require as much time as 7.3 before that.
So my plan, and let me know if this works time-wise, because you are doing Zoom. You're not booking it down to Clear Lake
Correct, I'm
Rotary,
doing
right?
Zoom. Mhm.
Is 12:15 okay, 12:10?
12:20, as long as I
No,
can
I think 12:20 sounds a
jump
little
out
too
of one
close.
Zoom and get into another, yes.
And my guess is that we could probably get through the ARPA conversation
try?
between now and 12:15, and I'd like to just keep going down.
Okay.
Let's give it a shot. But thank you for the reminder. I do need that reminder from time to time. So we're going to move on to item 7.3 and see how we do. Consideration of Recovery and Revitalization Plan for Lake County and American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA Spending Priorities Statement. CAO Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Deputy CAO Matthew Rothstein and I are going to present this item together. And then we also look forward to the comments from you and Supervisor Pyska, who both served on the committee with us that helped to develop this plan. As your board is aware, thanks to the tireless work of our extraordinary federal legislative representatives and others, Lake County has been allocated over $12.5 million in state and local fiscal recovery funds as a result of the passage of what you've heard referred to as the ARPA plan. That stands for American Rescue Plan Act. These funds can be used for numerous qualifying purposes, such as overcoming negative economic impacts resulting from the COVID pandemic. They can be used to support the recovery and revitalization of hard-hit communities. They can be used to fund public health expenditures associated with pandemic response, and as well for investing in water and sewer infrastructure. This really represents a major significant turning point for Lake County to have this opportunity. So the ad hoc committee, which I mentioned before, included Chairman Sabatier, Supervisor Pyska, myself, a number of department heads and county administrative and finance staff, and over a several-month period undertook the extensive process to identify needs appropriately matched to the funding allocations I just reviewed. And every county department head was granted an opportunity to weigh in on the needs they viewed as qualifying for the use of these funds, and they also shared their priorities with us. So the committee members agreed in general that spending should be intended to have a transformative effect on Lake County communities, and that should be our primary area of emphasis, since it's such an extraordinary opportunity to have this amount of funding. And that we should also look to prepare our local government organization to more flexibly and efficiently serve the public for the years to come. So for the priorities that we're going to outline here, we anticipate at this point that they will take all of the funding, $12.5 million and change. And unfortunately, not all of the needs identified can be met. But we do anticipate that this plan that we hope you will adopt today is really a starting point to get ourselves started. And we would anticipate being back before your board at various future intervals to make adjustments, because not all of the areas that we're going to review with you are fully fleshed out. It's going to take more work to determine how much funding is needed in certain areas. So you will see actual expenditures begin to come forward in your various budget approval processes, some of them possibly as early as mid-year budget, which you will take up in February 2022. So we're very excited to present this plan and look forward to your statements. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Matthew.
Thank you very much, Carol. It is my privilege to introduce the first 3 of 4 categories of action that drive these recommended American Rescue Plan Act spending priorities.
Can I interrupt real quick? Can
Yes.
you make that a little bit bigger for those in the Zoom room to be able to see?
Sure.
And Sam, can we make sure his volume is sufficient? It seemed a little low.
And the size is perfect.
And I can also speak up a bit.
Thank you, Matthew.
So first, we commit to promoting recovery and revitalization in Lake County by building sustainable communities through housing and long-term planning. A $3.8 million investment is recommended in this category, serving the following Vision 2028 principles: continue rebuilding in all efforts to recover from our recent disasters and grow our economy and spur creation of quality local jobs. Priorities in this category of action include comprehensive housing strategic planning, enhancing support for housing priorities, promoting development of our construction trades workforce, and strengthening community partnerships to meet housing and related needs. So why these priorities? Every Lake County resident should have access to safe and affordable housing that provides a quality environment conducive to maximizing their ability to contribute to their community. Too often, we've taken a piecemeal approach rather than zooming out, systematically identifying our needs, and moving forward in a strategic manner. ARPA funding will help us end this cycle and target investments to add housing supply and rehabilitate existing homes. Secondly, we commit to promoting recovery and revitalization in Lake County by removing barriers to childhood success and dignified aging. A $2.33 million investment is recommended in this category, serving these Vision 2028 principles. Invest in Lake County's richest resource, our people. Enhance public safety and promote the well-being of every Lake County resident. Priorities in this category of action include solidifying our senior centers for decades to come, strengthening services for children 5 and under, making library services even more accessible, filling service gaps in communities that don't currently have a library branch, ensuring COVID-19 testing and vaccination availability in Lake County, and applying lessons of this pandemic to build a more resilient future. By supporting these priorities, we recognize that well-being is not something that we develop once and then have forever. It is a constant effort that requires services and supports at different stages of life. ARPA has given us an opportunity to help our children and elders recover from the disruptions of COVID-19 and thrive in new norms brought by rapid social change since 2020. Thirdly, we commit to promoting recovery and revitalization in Lake County by acting now on water and sewer infrastructure projects.
Matthew,
A $3 million investment is recommended in this category based on the following Vision 2028 principle: improve our infrastructure. The priority in this category of action is completing a small number of qualifying infrastructure projects. The American Rescue Plan Act allows funding to be used for water and sewer infrastructure, and acting now on a few small infrastructure projects can make a positive difference without overburdening Lake County's ratepayers. For your awareness, Board, Scott Harder, our Special Districts Administrator, is here to answer your board's questions on water and sewer infrastructure projects following this presentation. And now Carol Hutchinson will present our fourth category of action. We commit to promoting recovery and revitalization in Lake County by preparing to effectively meet emergent public needs.
Thank you, Matthew. I didn't mean to talk over you there for a moment, but I wanted to ask you to advance the sheet there. Thank you so much. Okay. Could you back up and show the one you just reviewed too, because we couldn't see that during your review, in case anyone would like to see that. What he just spoke of in number 3, it's sort of split between this page and the next page. So if you can scroll down just a little bit more. Thank you, Matthew. Okay. And so certainly last but not least at this point, how do we tune up the engine and become better able to meet the needs of the public? Clearly the public needs more from us than we have historically been able to deliver. And so what is recommended here in terms of priorities is continuing the modernization of customer service, in a variety of ways, enhancing and hardening our information technology infrastructure, making public facilities more hospitable, and stabilizing our pension contribution costs. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it is that we have to be open to new ways of doing business, developing the capacity to flexibly respond, quickly reform practices, and provide the best possible level of service, despite whatever barriers may come, is a modern imperative. Technological threats are more numerous than ever, for example, and can threaten our business continuity if we are not sufficiently proactive. Institutional knowledge, understanding, and experience are also key to meeting emergent needs in our present environment. We need a workforce that is stable, nimble, and has the tools to adapt. Utilizing ARPA funding to support these critical areas of priority will help us to be more effective now and in the future. And back to you, Matthew.
Thank you very much, Carol. Staff recommends that your board approve this ARPA spending priorities framework today. Like other long-term planning documents, revisions may be brought forward in the future, but it is important that we have our marching orders in place so we can immediately work with departments to develop specific allocation recommendations. We want to thank all who contributed to the development of this framework, and that importantly included our Chair, Supervisor Sabatier, and Supervisor Pyska. Before we consider comments from the full board and the public, Supervisors Sabatier and Pyska, do you have anything further to add?
Yes. Thank you, Matthew. You'll note that you don't see broadband investments in there, and that was something that we originally had planned, but in the spring there was talk of broadband resources coming from other places. And so as we wait to see how all of those unfold, we feel really confident that those needs are going to be met through other sources. But again, everything is going to be fluid for a little bit. I wanted to highlight some of the examples in the second priority, and that is removing the barriers to childhood success and dignified aging. So some of the things that we're hoping to invest in is the Help Me Grow software and enhancing home visits for First 5, funding a mobile library vehicle, COVID-19 response support, assessment of all senior centers in Lake County to set them up for future success, and purchase and renovate Kelseyville Senior Center to facilitate broader use and enhance community appeal in the same manner as the Middletown facility, but in a smaller sense. So during our meetings, it was noted that we had a void in service in the Kelseyville community and District 5 surrounding a library and senior services. So filling that void, we felt was a moral obligation brought into heightened focus through the lessons we've learned through the pandemic. So those were the priorities that I really felt were important, is to focus on our children and our seniors and use this opportunity to set both of those groups that have really, as we moved through the pandemic, we saw how those two groups really need further support in our community. That's it.
Thank you. I really like how we started our conversations here. We kind of threw everything at the board, everything that was kind of a vision of what we needed to get to where we want to be. And we started out with a very large list. It was actually a very difficult list to go through, and really appreciate the work that Mr. Rothstein has done to really narrow it down into a very legible document, because it was kind of all over the place to begin with. We had conversations with some different nonprofit agencies. First Five came to us and discussed what their needs were to see if that was possible for us to be able to support. And what I really see when I look at this document is government is not meant to build what our vision is. Government is meant to build a foundation for others to build what it is that we're going to need. We don't build businesses, things like that. We create the platform that promotes and is conducive to those types of things happening. And also providing a healthy environment where things are accessible in an equitable way is really important. I know that there was one that we discussed and is not on the list. And again, this list is kind of a moving document, a living document, in the sense that it's what we've put together for now. But as infrastructure funds get released, as broadband funds get released, maybe there's some things that need to be changed based on what our better understanding of what's happening with some of these bills. But I do know that there's a large conversation we did have with public health, which was the IFT problem. It's hard to know even what that would look like as far as a solution. That's still being reviewed. And it's hard to know what dollar amount would need to be placed on that. And so it is not on the list at the moment because we don't even know what that would look like at this moment in time.
Could you just clarify for the public
Oh,
that may
sorry.
not know IFT? We do, but
Yeah,
just
thank you for
clarification.
that. IFTs is interfacility transfers, so that when you go to Sutter or Adventist Health, it is the potential of having capacity to move you from one hospital outside of the county to an outside of the county hospital. And it's an issue that we're working on. There's a lot of conversations regarding that, but we don't want to put things that are completely unknown to us until those conversations can actually prop up with options and solutions, and possibly something could come back to this list. But at this moment, it was unsure. I know that also the entirety of number one is very much in line with some of the conversations that are happening over at the EDTF, the Economic Development Task Force, because the Economic Development Task Force is not a task force that has a budget, and therefore this would potentially be some of the funds that could be utilized to tackle our housing issues that we wish to discuss and figure out how to resolve. I appreciate the document that's before us, and I can't wait to see how it is that these items are going to slowly morph into more concrete items. Again, it's going to take time. Some of these we can get started on right away, which is why it's in front of us today. But a lot of these is going to be a lot more discussions and a lot more conversation with our state and federal partners to figure out how we're going to be able to use these funds to leverage their funds to be able to really accomplish our tasks. It's exciting. It's definitely a blueprint for what our future will be. And I'm looking forward to continuing on this mission to make sure that these things occur.
Mr. Chair, I should add that these funds need to be allocated approximately 2 years from today. And that sounds like a long ways off, but it's not. There's a lot of work to be done to figure out how to best use these funds. And so that in itself is a tall task. And that's why we're so happy to bring this plan to you now, because we need to get busy.
Yes, 2024 is our deadline.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that, I'm done. Is there anything further from CAO Hutchinson or Matthew Rothstein?
Just thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all your work. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Scott?
Just want to show some appreciation for this. I know it must have been incredibly difficult to start with a list and get it down to this, because I know we all have our priorities and our passions that we work with. I'm just so thankful that you have added services for children under 5, because we know that if we can promote and do the work with our children, it's going to strengthen our families, and that just strengthens all of Lake County. So I'm excited to see that prioritized on this list.
And I believe, if I remember correctly on some of the numbers provided to us, we've lost 21 daycares in the past year and a half through this pandemic, which was one of the conversations we had with First Five, is how do we deal with that? What's the need? What can we do? So it was a great conversation, and absolutely, if the 0 to 5s don't get any resources, the 6 to whatever age are going to be that much more difficult. Any further comments?
I appreciate especially the fact that this is applying lessons of this pandemic, and then right above it is what Supervisor Scott just brought up, and then also the senior centers for decades to come, because we had so many issues at times with utilizing them. So I really appreciate that effort into it.
Yep. That was a big lesson that we learned. Our senior centers are not set up for success. And this is the opportunity that we need to take right now to make those changes, to make those improvements, to set them up for the next few decades. We know our senior population is going to continue to grow, and this is our opportunity to care for those people.
Obviously in support, I want to thank the committee and all that worked on it. Obviously, this is a big long-term vision task for us, and it's great to see the overall, 50,000-foot opportunities as we're moving forward. We know that other specific projects will come forward, but obviously our seniors, our elders, and our children are the most important assets we do have here, obviously, and infrastructure. We just had a big conversation on infrastructure, so I know that there are a lot of projects we're currently working on to go through this. Just make sure that we take advantage of all those opportunities. I know there's infrastructure dollars coming down in other directions, but it's great that we have this fallback opportunity. If things don't come out the way we want it, that we have an opportunity to have another conversation to keep projects moving forward that have been on the shelf for a while and bringing those to fruition. So appreciate all the conversations. This is a great starting document, and we'll make those decisions as it comes to the board. So thank you very much for all the hard work. It was great to accept the check, but to understand the path that we're on to spend these funds in the most valuable ways here in our community is very important. So thank you to the ad hoc committee and all that were involved.
And I do want to mention that last week we were here and you mentioned the ARPA funds, and I believe it was infrastructure related. It's very vague as far as what infrastructure, and so I think that's the better way to go. That way it's not super specific. Whatever comes first that we can go ahead and support, whether that's through feasibility study or construction design costs, I think it will make it easier by having such a nebulous infrastructure portion of this fund to be allocated for. So, and if there's nothing else, then let's go ahead and open up for the public. And we have...
Mr. Chair, I noticed that the sheriff came into the Zoom room. So you may want to see if he would like to speak before you open it up.
And I forgot to say something. Thank you, Supervisor Pyska, for reminding me. I'm sorry, CAO Hutchinson, I didn't hear what you had said.
I said that the sheriff had come into the Zoom room and may want to speak before you open up for public comment.
Let me go ahead and make my comment. I know that there was some request for, I'm not sure I have the right terminology, but...
Premium pay.
Premium pay because of the pandemic. And I know that in the past, we have done those types of approvals for fire disasters or just disasters in general. And what we found is it wasn't easy to fairly apply it across the board so that those who truly should be able to access it should, while others who should not have accessed it still seem to have the ability to do so. And I think we ended up in a position that we had not necessarily planned to be in. We listened, we discussed it, And in those conversations, we were also in the midst of working on our salary increases that were approved back in September, I believe it was. It's all
They were
kind of-
effective November 1st. yes.
Correct. And so we decided that that is a long-term change, and that the premium pay is just a short-term change, and we wanted to make sure and always aim for the long-term impacts, and making it easier for us to be able to make that happen for the right people too. So I just wanted to add that that was part of the conversation. It was requested of us to discuss, and we definitely discussed it at length. And so before I do open it up for the public, I do want to call on Sheriff Martin in case he wanted to share some words.
I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Obviously, a lot of work went into the creation of this plan. I got to say, at first glance, I was a little bit disappointed to see that there was absolutely no emphasis on public safety in this plan. After listening to the conversation, it's clear that it's a living document, and hopefully some of these priorities that have been outlined here can be kind of tailored to fit some public safety needs. In response to the pandemic, our systems have been strained. We have some facilities that are quite aging. We're in the process of trying to acquire, I think we're in the final stages of the Armory building, and that is certainly going to require quite a bit of funding that hasn't been identified yet, other than a small bit from rural sheriffs. But I just want to express slightly disappointed from my standpoint that there is not more of an emphasis here on public safety. We had a lot of essential workers, and I'm not talking about the premium pay. I'm talking about some of the infrastructure here, and I see that the focus here on infrastructure is for sewer and water infrastructure. And not that that's not important, but some of our public safety facilities, as well as the rest of our community or county buildings, are also in need of some dire repair. So I just want to express my gratitude for the hard work, but point out that I'd like to see a little bit more emphasis on public safety at some point in the future.
And just want to remind you that part of the cannabis tax, 30%, has been allocated to law enforcement. If you have not submitted a proposal to the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, I would suggest that you do so. But also, if you have an idea of what exactly you are asking from the group for this ARPA funds, I would say submit it so that we can discuss it within the committee as well.
Sure, I've submitted it. I responded when the request came out, so it's in the hands of the committee.
Thank you for your comment. All right, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Betsy Kahn.
Thank you again. First of all, I would like to support Sheriff Martin's comments because I was disturbed to not see any suggestion in this document of some of the direly needed communication systems that we have seen time after time are very limited in their capacity during disasters. And we have for years been working with various agencies, including the sheriff and the Department of Social Services, to improve those capacities for those very important senior centers. I want to thank Supervisor Paiska for her comments. But I would also like to ask very, very urgently, would you please include some people in the definition of what you're going to do for those senior centers and those assessments, such as myself. I have been a volunteer for the senior centers here in Lake County for 17 years. I'm extremely familiar with the Area Agency on Aging, the Older Americans Act, the Department of Aging at the state level, the contracts, the needs of the seniors, and the volunteers. And the last thing I would like to add is when you're going to deal with the infrastructure projects, we have already identified some very high risk areas due to the factor hydrants. In some cases, they don't even exist. In some cases, they're out of repair or they're no longer even repairable. And I think that's a crucial risk reduction need, and I would surely like to see that something is included in your plans for that funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carlo Ritz.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. My name is Carla Ritz. I'm the Executive Director for First Five of Lake County, and supervisors and staff members, everyone who is on that committee, we just want to collectively thank you, especially for number 2, removing barriers to childhood success and prioritizing early childhood, and that hugely important. For our work especially, our whole goal is that one day our success as a county will be measured by the well-being of our youngest children. And for us, that indicates that the people who are making decisions for our county recognize what's happening in those first 5 years and how absolutely critical it is to the success of our county in developing a workforce and in prioritizing the needs of parents with young children. So we are thrilled, and we hope that this passes and that Christmas will come early to early childhood and so many other areas that are included in the plan. And I just wanted to let you know that we are ready. You're talking about some of these things you want to get going right away. We're ready. So let us know, and we will bring our partners together, and we're ready to start working on any and all of the initiatives that we proposed for early childhood in our community and get those going as soon as possible. There were, as you mentioned, a lot of disruptions in childcare and preschool for our children. There were also a lot of babies born to families who had no baby showers. They had no family present because of COVID. There was just a lot of maternal mental health issues going on during COVID and still going on as people are incredibly isolated. So we are ready to get going. We hope this passes today and just offer our full support, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see no further hands up in the Zoom room. Any hands up in the boardroom? And please come to the microphone.
John Moss, I want to repeat what Dr. Evans said. 33% of the people in Lake County are not vaccinated. I would expect this program to allow viewpoints from both sides in one story. And I know you think it's fear-mongering, Bruno, but I think that both sides of the story need to come out in order for truth to happen. Then we'll get a positive COVID response. Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes public comment and bringing it back to the board.
Any other comments?
Supervisor Pyska.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the Recovery and Revitalization Plan for Lake County and American Rescue Plan ARPA spending priority statement as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Pyska, a second by Supervisor Simon. And roll call, please, Johanna.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Was that an aye, a sixth aye?
Thank you very much, Johanna. And with that, we're going to start our lunch break right now. And we will return. I want to make sure you have enough time to get your lunch break as well, since you're doing a presentation. Does 1:30 work?
That's very generous. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and reconvene at 1:30 and we'll take lunch. Thank you. All right. Oh, wait, no, we said 1:30, so we'll wait another minute. But thank you, Sam, for having everything prepared for us to get back to this meeting. All right, it's 1:30 p.m. Let's go ahead and get back to it. Item 7.4 is our next item, consideration of MOU between Cal MHSA and participating counties and the California Department of State Hospitals for the purchase of state hospital beds fiscal year 21-22. And we have Director Metcalf with us. Good afternoon, and the floor is yours for your presentation.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board.
So this item.
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. We are running blind here. I can see you on my computer, but we can't see you on the projector. Wondering if we can resolve that. Hopefully it's just a power button thing. I can hear it. And it's not blinking anymore.
Sometimes you gotta talk to him. What are you gonna say? Go, go, go. I guess that's better than the first one.
And for those who can't hear but are hearing laughter, we are just being silly trying to figure out ways to talk to the projector to get it turned on. And it is turning on, and now we can see you, Director Metcalf. And so the floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you again, Mr. Chair and members of the board. What you have before you is an MOU with the, well, as you mentioned, Chair Sabatier, CalMesa. That stands for the California Mental Health Services Authority. So a little background. Earlier this year, the California Department of State Hospitals had proposed a significant statewide rate increase for our conserved clients placed in state hospitals throughout the state. Thankfully, the California Mental Health Services Authority stepped in and negotiated with the California Department of State Hospitals to just hold back and push back on these proposed rate increases, keeping that at the level of fiscal year 2016-17. So this is really a good thing. Since we only have alignment funds to pay for our folks that are in state hospitals. And so this is really good news that we can operate at these fiscal year 16-17 levels. So this memorandum of understanding, if approved by the board, will allow us to maintain access to state hospital beds at these negotiated rates. If we don't opt into this MOU, we would most likely be subject to higher rates. So of course, most, if not all, I believe, California counties are signing on for this. So as the board memo states, it is imperative that we enter into this memorandum of understanding so we can continue to utilize state hospital beds at this negotiated rate, of course, in partnership with our public guardian's office. For our folks who are on conservatorship. This memorandum of understanding specifies that the California Mental Health Services Authority will negotiate on all the counties' behalfs who sign on for this to ensure bed rates are kept as low as possible. I also want to add that we are a member of the California Mental Health Services Authority, and they are truly an amazing organization advocating for and promoting systems improvement in the field of behavioral health, such as this. So I'm asking for board approval of this item because we were relieved to see that our rates were not going up, because housing folks in state hospitals is not cheap by any means.
All right. Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from board members? I do have one quick question. There's no specific amount on what we will be getting as far as from the state for the beds. So one question is, and it's mainly to just put it out in the public because I don't think it's a necessary thing at this moment in time, that the expenses will not exceed the money provided to us by the state for this program, and just checking in with you if that is correct.
Yes, Chair Sabatier. I believe in the documentation that went to the board, the California Mental Health Services Authority estimated, I believe, here it is right here, that for our county we'd be spending about $261,000. We have two folks that are currently housed in state hospitals, and we potentially have two more in the works. And so our own internal budget, we have actually budgeted $450,000 based on our projections if these folks do end up entering into the state hospital in addition to the 2 that we already have.
Okay. And
Did that help?
yeah, and I didn't mean that we wouldn't provide any other funds for the beds that are needed for the clients that need the service, just that the money we receive here would be used for the beds, and we would only use these program funds for those beds and nothing more. Basically just...
and specifically for our clients who are under conservatorship.
Correct, and I'm happy that we still even have state hospitals that we can send them to at this point, and so that way we have facilities available to provide the care that these people need. My second one was, if they empty, is there the chance that we need beds and they're not available? Do we hold beds? And I'm sorry if it was in the documentation, I don't remember seeing that.
We right now, I believe, we're on the waiting list is quite long, and so repeat that question again. I want to make sure I answer.
I'm just wondering, are we holding a minimum of beds for Lake County residents, or is it a first come first served type of situation, like you were saying, on a waiting list?
Not through with this MOU, we're just speaking specifically about state hospitals. I mean, as far as the other facilities, yes, we do purchase beds in other facilities, but it isn't part of the.
Yeah, I didn't think I saw it there. Well, I'm glad that we are able to provide that for some, and looks like we have more that might be able to take advantage of it. So thank you for those responses. Those were my only questions. Any others before we move on? Let's open it up to the public. Any questions from the public, both in the Zoom room? Seeing none. In the board chamber? Seeing none, bringing it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the MOU between Cal MHSA and participating counties and the California Department of State Hospitals for the purchase of state hospital beds for fiscal year 2021-22 and authorize the Behavioral Health Director to sign.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Scott, a second by Supervisor Simon. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have item 7.5, consideration of participation agreement between Lake County Behavioral Health Services and the California Mental Health Services Authority for the Superior Regional Partnership OSHPD WET grant fiscal year 2021 through 25. Director Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Well, this is actually a very exciting item and is yet another initiative that the California Mental Health Services Authority has taken the lead, just as I mentioned in the previous agenda item. So the Mental Health Services Act, which you've heard me talk quite a bit about, has a component to it which is called, it's a workforce education and training program that unfortunately here at Behavioral Services has not really been in existence for, well, I've been here 5 years. I think it's been quite a few years more than that we have not had a workforce education and training program through the Mental Health Services Act. So this program focuses on employment, recruitment, and retention in the mental health field, which, as you've heard me say before, these positions are difficult to fill, and it's difficult to find and retain qualified candidates for such a specialized field. So the California Mental Health Services Authority partnered with the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development to regionalize this effort. So we're grouped with what the state calls the Superior Region, which is comprised of similar like-sized counties. Now, the three main focus areas around this effort have been identified as student loan repayment, college tuition stipends, and recruitment and retention strategies. Set-aside funding for this comes through the Mental Health Services Act and has already been approved via stakeholder input and other meetings. So, and the memo to the board itemizes the dollar amounts associated with this plan. So we're just very excited about this, and we actually we've already identified a workforce education and training coordinator to lead the project here in Lake County. So I I'm asking for board approval of this so we can enter into this agreement and get this thing started. It's very exciting. And I don't know, Scott Abbott, our Mental Health Services Act Program Manager, if he's tuned into this meeting, if I might have missed something that you may want to add. I think I covered everything, but if you have anything to say, if you're here, feel free.
And
yes, I am here. What Cal M should say we'll be doing is they'll kind of act as the administrator, and so when our staff will be applying for the benefits that Director Metcalf mentioned, and Cal M should say will be kind of the administrator of that. So which is nice. It kind of takes us out of that equation of deciding who will get funded, who won't get funded. They will be the administrator of those funds, which is really nice. Also, the other thing that really is great is that we're contributing around $55,000, and then OSHPD will match that 3 times, so two times. I'm sorry, and so we get way more bang for the buck by participating in this for our staff.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your presentation. I'm sorry, did I interrupt?
No, all good. I'd sort of forgotten about that part that Scott mentioned, so that was good.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments or questions from board members? Okay, any comments or questions? Let's open it up for the public. From the public, I see none in the Zoom room, and I see none in the chamber, so let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agreement between Lake County Behavioral Health Services and the California Mental Health Services Authority for the Superior Region Partnership, OSHPD WET Grant, fiscal year 2021-25, and authorize the board chair to sign the agreement.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Scott and a second by Supervisor Simon. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then our last item for behavioral health, consideration of extension of the use of County Juvenile Hall facility for a temporary support shelter targeting Lake County's chronically homeless population through March 31st, 2022. I believe due to conversations between myself, CAO Hutchinson, and Director Metcalf, that this will come back in a more formalized fashion. But at the same time, I'm going to look at Ms. Grant. Can we provide direction to staff? I'd like to at least maybe have the conversation about the extension. That way we're not asking Director Metcalf to waste time on a more formalized process.
As long as it relates to the consideration of the extension, and of course, then you'll have to take public comment as well.
I just wanted to at least have the conversation, just because I prefer that we at least give them direction in how to move forward. So Director Metcalf, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, well, as you mentioned, we do need to make a bit of an adjustment because there's language that is lacking in the agreement as it stands. It does not specify where these services can be operated. But as you know, Elijah House has been operating a COVID-19 homeless shelter at Old Juvenile Hall for quite some time now. And the County Space Use Committee has graciously continued to allow operations there since 2020. Since the shelter has been in operation, Elijah House has served nearly 300 individuals. And this facility has become a vital resource in our community. I don't know, originally I had asked Justin Amman, the Elijah House Director of Operations, to join us, but in light of our conversations earlier this morning, I don't know if he's available to speak to this, but I do want to ask that we can rewrite some of the language in the agreement and bring it back to the board, hopefully on the January 4th, 2022 meeting. And again, I apologize for this oversight.
No worries at all. And the request on here today is for the extension, and I'm looking to see if we can provide that direction for the extension to Director Metcalf. I'm all in favor for the project that has been happening over at the old juvenile hall. I think it's fantastic that over the course of the pandemic, we've been able to open up 2 shelters for our homeless, one with a more particular for a more particular segment of our population that is without a home, and then the Elijah House as well. And so I think it's a fabulous thing to keep going, and it looks like you are getting that consensus. But before we close and move on, let's go ahead and open it up. Any comments or questions before I do that? Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. I see no one in our Zoom room and no one in our chamber. And so Director Metcalf, you have that direction. And that way we'll look forward to that amendment coming up to us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the direction.
Yep, thank you so much.
All right.
We have our department from the tax collector and treasurer's office here with us. And we're gonna go back to 5.21 real quick. A, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code, Section 38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods or services. And B, approve agreement between County of Lake and Harmony Research for fiscal year 21-22 for professional research services related to tax default land sales in an amount not to exceed $147,550 and authorize the chair to sign. And the reason I pulled this was to get a better understanding of the uniqueness of these services for the waiving of the bidding, and just wanted to see if there was any further information from that department on that.
Elizabeth Martinez.
Yeah, she's on mute. She just unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth, hello? Do you have audio? Apparently she doesn't have audio at the moment, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Perhaps she is phone 2234. Matthew, do you have a theory there? I think sometimes they do have to dial in from that office as well. Here she comes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is Liz Martinez. So with regards to the unique nature of the service that we're asking for this contract to be approved, we're only aware of one other company that does this type of service. That's my understanding when I put this contract together was that that was the reason why we did not have to go out to competitive bidding.
And you stated that there's one other?
There's only one other company that we're aware of.
Okay. I'm going to make a statement that I have a feeling will haunt me. I'm from the conversations that I've had. I think it's important that but this is the first time I've spoken to this department about this. I think it's important that with the new purchasing ordinance that we do RFPs, especially if there are more than one company. If there's only one, then absolutely this is a unique service. But in order to ensure best service and best price, best cost to the taxpayer, it's important that we do RFPs. And I think for this one, because it's the first time that I've had this conversation with this department specifically, that this one I will let go. But for next time that this comes around, I want to make sure that we do follow the new purchasing ordinance and the RFP process.
Okay, thank you. I will definitely make sure that we do that for our next contract.
And any other comment or question from board members? And opening it up for the public. Any questions or comments from the public? On the Zoom room, I see nothing. On the board chamber, I see nothing. So bringing it back to the board for action. which can be one full motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County 38.2 as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods and services, and B, approve agreement between County of Lake and Harmony Research for FY 21-22 for professional research services related to tax default land sales in an amount not to exceed $147,750 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Crandall, a second by Supervisor Pyska. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us in the meeting. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and, where were we? I believe we're on 7.7. Yes. 7.7, consideration of the following advisory board appointments: Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board. We have an applicant, Elizabeth Anderson, before us. Are there any questions or comments about the applicant? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open up for the public. Any comments or questions from the public? None in the Zoom room, none in the board chambers. Bringing it back to the board for action.
District 5.
I think she's actually in District 1.
Well, she has a District 1 address, but she wrote down District 5 because she has a P.O. box on Cobb, so don't matter. I move to appoint Elizabeth Anderson to the Maternal, Childhood, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Simon, a second by Supervisor Crandall. Roll call, please.
All right, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving along, 7.8, consideration of planning services contract amendment number 1 between the County of Lake and LACO to extend the term of the contract and increase the compensation. Director Darby.
Actually, Susan Parker is going to make this presentation.
But if you would like to join us in the conversation, please grab a seat in the front, and Susan Parker.
Good morning, Board. I'm presenting this item on behalf of both administration and the Community Development Department. This fall, Deputy County Administrative Officer Patrick Sullivan submitted an application for Lake County's allotment of $2,101,143 from the State Department of Cannabis Control for the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program. This grant program provides funding for local jurisdictions to retain assistance in processing the substantial workloads associated with the emerging cannabis industry. The DCC plans to announce grant awards this month. As you may recall, through a competitive process, your board approved a contract with LACO to provide planning services for cannabis applications to augment the current staffing levels and help address the backlog of cannabis applications. That contract was designed to expire December 31st, 2021 in order to take advantage of the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant, which prohibits the use of these grant funds to supplant current funding sources. The proposed amendment includes the following changes in order to comply with the grant program requirements. First, it amends the date to January 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2025, which is the life of the grant award cycle. Second, it increases the compensation to $400,000 per fiscal year as specified in your memo. These amounts remain contingent upon the grant award. Grant funding may be carried over to the next fiscal year with a board-approved amendment. And lastly, the remaining amount of grant funds of $143 may be used for other grant-eligible cannabis-related expenses that serve to assist in processing the backlog of cannabis applications. I am available to answer your board's question, but I also have on in the Zoom is Kim Hunter from LACO and Megan Ryan. And that's all I have.
And wondering if, Director Darby, if you have anything to add to that?
I would just like to add that, this is Mary Darby, by the way. I would just like to add that LACO, I have been working with LACO in the last month that I've been here, and I have been seeing progress in terms of the projects that we have in queue, and I have been pleased with the work that they have been providing.
Thank you. Any questions from board members?
You know, just a comment or a question as we move forward with this contract. You know, obviously in favor of giving whatever support that we need to the community development department to help with the cannabis backlog. But I would request that we have maybe a 6-month review from you, Mary, as we move forward with this.
I think that would be great. Originally, I did make a recommendation for a annual review of this particular contract, but I think 6 months would be appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Simon, I would like to recommend we ask the contractor to provide that update in 6 months.
Okay.
And then the contractor could prepare that and tell us their progress. I assume that they would be regularly meeting with Mary and her staff anyway, but.
Yes, ma'am. So the way our protocol is working right now is that I meet weekly with LACO, and they provide me with a weekly update of where they are with their projects. And we also, in January, we're proposing to have a meeting with not only myself, but with staff, so staff will be able to be updated with where their projects are as a planner, because although LACO is providing the information and conducting the presentations and preparing the staff reports, it is still staff's responsibility to reach out to the applicants if the applicants have questions about what the status report is. LACO provides that information to our planners, and the planners are able to prepare that information to the applicants. So at no time should an applicant call LACO. It will still be the staff's responsibility to provide that update. So we have created a system in which LACO will meet with staff and through Zoom and provide an update, but also they are providing a weekly update sheet.
Okay.
So I think that would be efficient in terms of us moving forward.
All right.
And just to speak of that review, I think it's important to not just hear from LACO themselves, but also from the department, the perspective of how LACO is working out for our expectations.
I agree.
I think that LACO can provide what work they're doing, but we have to understand how that equates to projects getting done, customer service being provided, things of the kind, and I think that's only going to be able to come from your department. So absolutely, not just LACO report, but a department report on how LACO's working.
I agree with that. And then there's just one other thing that I failed to review with Susan is that with LACO, I saw with one of the memos, they are requesting that county council reviews their initial studies. And at this point in time, county council is not reviewing initial studies, so that would have to be reviewed by CDD.
Thank you very much. Any other comment or questions? So I'm glad that Supervisor Simon brought up a 6-month review. I do have a couple of questions. One is, why is the first half of 2022 $400,000 and then each additional year is $400,000? Are we expecting more work in the first 6 months between January and June compared to July through June of the following years?
I would hope so. I would hope that in the initial portion of the contract that more projects are actually being produced and moving forward along in advance to the process.
Okay.
But if there's anything else that Susan would like to add to complement that?
No, the only thing I was going to add is that's how the actual grant application was set up. And so that we're trying to comport with the actual grant application, but also we hope to have more done. They wanted it upfronted. That's why there's more in the first, for the first 6 months, because the program itself wants to see, completionist and progress immediately. So.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, and I would just also like to add that although LACO only has 34 projects currently, we are recommending that additional cases or projects are added to their workload.
Okay. Are they, I'm looking for it, and I looked for it, and I couldn't find it. Are they paid on an hourly basis or paid on a project once projects are finalized? I just heard they're paid up front. Just kind of curious how it works and the incentives behind it.
From my experience, we receive an invoice at the end of a certain time frame, and I will let Susan add to that if that's not correct.
Yes, it's a reimbursable grant. It is by hourly, an invoice, consultant invoice hourly. When I mentioned upfront, that is the county will be submitting those invoices for reimbursement as part of the grant. So separate from the invoicing that we receive from the consultant, though we do have to reconcile it for reimbursement.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I was reviewing the LACO chart with all of the projects that they have on their hands at this moment in time. And I know in the memo it talks about that we did the RFP and we started in October, but obviously when looking at the chart and also the knowledge that I have of everything we've done, we started with them back in August. It just ended up going through an RFP process after the fact. In my opinion, there's a lack of information within this matrix in front of me, especially under the additional information requested from applicant. I'm just not seeing a lot being requested from the applicants after the fact that LACO has taken over. I'm hoping to see more information in the next iteration of this, because only seeing one and not knowing what the progress is and not understanding necessarily, is it because the applicant's not responding? Is it because there's other issues? There are so many different avenues that a project can take and so many different things that can happen to it. But I'm really hoping that we can get something with a lot more information. One of the things that I am gonna ask to see if the board agrees, I have gotten some complaints of communication. I think it's because there's a weird loop of having to reach out to your planner. The planner has to reach out to LACO. LACO has to reach back out to the planner and eventually has to come back. And there's too many spots where if someone's too busy or if somebody's absent where that communication can lag. I'd love to have an understanding of the length of time of communication to get back to the applicant, to kind of understand how is this from a customer service perspective working out for the applicant. And I know that our hopes is that they can help us get through the slew of projects that you have in your department. And I still believe it can happen. I just want to see a little bit more information to show. I don't know if we had a slow start. I know that I spoke with you personally and you said all of the things that you just iterated to us, all the things that you're doing right now, the weekly meetings and things like that. And I think that that's a great way to approach this to make sure that we're getting what we need out of the contract and the applicants are getting what they need in the relationship as well. So I'd like to see us time the, be able to, I will say one thing. It was brought up earlier about the previous consultant that we had. I know one of the things that came out of that was a time frame for response for customer service. So that's why I'm bringing this up, because I think it's something that really helps. If you get an answer, then you have less phone calls, you have less emails, it's done. And so if there's a way to track that without adding too much work, if LACO can track that as part of their thing, it'd be nice to understand a little bit better how things work. And my concerns are, and again, I have optimism that this is gonna work. We've been working for 4 months together plus with LACO, and that 2 projects have gone through. Again, I don't know the specifics of it, the hardship it went through, or what kind of different pathways it needed to go through. But when you start looking at the overall year, that could potentially translate into 6 over the course of a year. And I'd like to see more, and I hope that our expectation is higher than that as well. So hopefully it's a momentum swing, that it's gonna get better and better, and that we'll be seeing that. And so that review in the 6th month, I think, is really a good thing, helps me out, and look and see if there's consensus for tracking the customer service portion of it as well.
My thoughts are, in 6 months, you've heard some of the concerns, we'd come back, but I agree with LACO doing some of that legwork, with CDD having so many things on. This is just a support tool, and any report we can get back in 6 months I am definitely in favor of that, because what we're looking at is streamlining and giving Mary, as we said earlier, the support she needs to help move through this process. And I think the 6-month review is important because being a brand new director, you should have a pretty good idea by then whether or not the county is getting the bang for the buck and your department is getting the help that it needs. So I think that's a good time.
Thank you very much. And I will look into making sure we tighten up the communications. It was a little sloppy in the beginning, not because of LACO, but because internal operations were just ensuring that staff was returning calls of applicants and to determine who was actually responsible for making those calls and updates. And I think it was just internally from CDD. It was not LACO. Okay.
Thank you. That was all that I had on this item. Anything further before we open it up?
Yeah, I had a question, Ms. Darby. How many planners do we have, associate and all in general?
Yes, sir. So we have 2 assistant planners, we have 3 associate planners, and we have 1 senior planner, and we have a senior planner that's coming to join us on January the 3rd.
Thank you for answering that, and I agree with the 6 months. I do share some of the sentiments that Supervisor Sabatier brought out, because I look at the RFP that was initially conducted, and they have 2, 4, 6 people that are all above senior. There's 1 associate planner, but the rest are senior planners, and I see 2 completed. And I use this analogy. I worked on helicopters in the Army, and all of us soldiers got paid the government wage and pumped out a lot of helicopters. The contractors came and made triple that amount, and I didn't see them pumping them out. And so I hate to see that same dynamic happening. And I know it's not anything to you. I'm just saying that for everyone else to hear. But I know you're doing what you can to start out, and I know that they're helping. And I like highlighting analogies sometimes. That's all.
Right. So yeah, I would definitely make sure, and being a former contractor myself, it is very important that I realize that they are producing what we're expecting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? All right, let's open it up for the public. Any comments from the public? And I see Autumn Carsey.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Sabatier and Supervisors. My name is Autumn Carsey, and I'm the founder and CEO of Lake County Development Company. We currently have 3 permit applications under review by LACO. As you consider extending their contract today, I wanted to share my experience as an applicant and offer some suggestions about how to ensure LACO is effectively moving projects forward before you consider approving their contract. I have emailed you all a detailed letter about my project Alchemy 29, which will be a manufacturing and processing center in Lower Lake. As Lake County is significantly lacking in both processing space due to zoning, this facility is a very promising project for the county and would provide much needed capacity to support the local supply chain and process for cannabis farmers. This project was at 98% complete and included a nearly finalized staff report when our planner handed it off to LACO for review. Unfortunately, in 4 months, we've received very little progress, and there's been poor communication from LACO throughout the process. Our project is complete and ready to be sent to Planning Commission, yet we have been unable to get basic status updates from LACO in months. If this is happening with a complete turnkey CEQA exempt project, it raises concern about extending LACO's contract. Over the years, I've worked with many different third-party plan check companies, and I understand that there are limited options for consultants. If you go forward, we suggest that you consider adding measurable deliverables and mandated response times to contract requirements before you sign to ensure that progress is being made to provide more transparency and accountability from LACO. Include communication timelines. The county could require standard response timelines within 30 days for a comprehensive plan check. For brief status updates, turnaround time should be no more than 48 hours to 1 week. Require reporting and metrics. An open-ended budget without any success metrics doesn't offer the county or its applicants any guarantee of results. If LACO is billing hourly and not being compensated by the number of projects they actually bring to completion, there should be transparent, real-time reporting and measurable success benchmarks for review before each contract extension period. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Then next we have Betsy Kahn.
Thank you, Chairman Sabatier. I know I'm not allowed to ask a question of the contractor in this meeting, but I would like to let you all know that it's my understanding that LACO includes, their staff includes a senior planner who was an employee of the County of Lake, and that is Byron Turner. And he was a person who was instrumental in setting up the permitting reviews that were done for the commercial cannabis operations. And I consider him to be of the highest possible quality. And if he's involved in this, I would rely on him, on his performance to support the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next is Jennifer Smith.
Good afternoon. This is Jennifer Smith. I was really excited to see this spreadsheet, and in the interest of transparency, I think this would be good data for the public to be able to have, or at least applicants to be able to look at. Oftentimes, the pushback that we hear from the CDD towards the cannabis industry is the amount of time that it takes to answer phone calls just for status updates. So if so much time is being used for status update phone calls, perhaps open information like this might eliminate some of that. But as I was looking at it, I'm concerned at the credibility of the document because it has me as an applicant for 98 acres. I have no pending applications. And in fact, even more scary is that it says the file is missing no information. So I think this information is important. I think that, as mentioned, we need to have some measurable timelines. And we need to know, I agree, like sometimes the applicant is slow in getting information back to the county. And then other times the county is slow in turning around information to the applicant. I just think that as we move forward, some deadlines, some time not time management, but just some expectations, if they could be set forward and adhered to, would be fantastic. Sorry for the disjointed, I'm just looking at the spreadsheet and I really wanted it to be awesome, and I hope that this is something that we can share moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Next, Sean Connell.
Yes, good afternoon, Board. Thank you, Chair. I just want to start and say that while I understand the dire need of assistance for the CDD, in reviewing this contract that we're looking to sign here with LACO, I just have a few kind of comments. Number one, I would want to know if LACO helped as a consultant on our grant application for this funding. I just have a feeling, as LACO's presence is quite strong here in the northern region and specifically in the cannabis area, that there's probably some development there. In addition, how many projects from CDD would be in line directly to LACO? And then what would be the expected timeline on return for those? As we all know, that has been the biggest hurdle, is the timeline to get an applicant from application process to before the Planning Commission for approval. And then in reviewing the cost allocations and the scope of work for LACO and reviewing the grant that we actually applied for funding for this, there is an allotment for training, and I don't see any training to our county staff from LACO, who happens to have very deep experience and quite a vast amount of knowledge under their department, to be offering that to the community so that way that we don't need to rely on LACO 6, 8, 9 months from now, but that we actually are Lake County independent. We're paying our people that sit behind the desk to deal with our constituents versus a consulting group that won't even have contact with our people. So I would just like to see that there would be some amendments to, at least for LACO, to provide some on-site staff, particularly if they are going to be the subject matter experts on a lot of these projects, that somebody should be here to deal with the public, since as we're hearing, it's quite an elephant line of communication to go to planner to LACO to back to planner, back to the person, back to LACO. It's quite a mess. And then I am 100% in favor of hearing a 6-month report on what's going right and what's going wrong. And I think that should be done in public in front of the board for everybody to see, instead of having to dig and try and find these reports from this continued effort to get community development up to pace. And with that, I love seeing that we're continuing to move forward here in Lake County, and that we're constantly being flexible in the ways that we try and make these hurdles much smaller in comparison. And so I look forward to your answers, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. And we'll get to some answers to some of the questions. Let's go ahead and finish with public comment first. Aaron is next.
Did you guys hear any of that?
We can hear when you said, did you guys hear any of that?
Oh, okay. Aaron McCarrick in Clear Lake. Thank you, Chair Sabatier and Supervisors. Just real quick, I just want to echo the other comments that how helpful it would be to have a spreadsheet that folks could kind of check their progress and make sure that those lines of communication are there. And the only other thing that would be interesting to see is the integration of the cannabis program manager into the dynamics of a new CDD director, and who's doing great, by the way, thank you, and the planners and LACO, just to make sure there's not too many cooks in the kitchen if there's contingencies built into who does what. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do know that we are still flying the position for the cannabis program manager, and that cannabis program manager would be under the tutelage of our director of community development. And so the organization would definitely not be stretched and not in good order. I think that would help with the entirety of the program and the projects. That was the reason for creating the position and looking to fill that position. And then there was some questions about measurables that was brought up. I know that I thought the same thing, but at the same time, I recognize that every project is unique, and that having an expectation of a specific timeline on a project makes it really difficult because is it incomplete and you're waiting for more data and more information? Is it requiring how deep of a CEQA review is it? Does it require the full 180 days, or can it be done sooner? I think there's too many potential timelines to really set a strict, specific amount of projects to be done. I think the 6-month review will give us that ability to really see if we are getting what we want to get out of this relationship. And so I appreciate the offer. And the suggestions. I just don't know how we can make that a possibility without either harming the projects by trying to push ourselves to meet a specific deadline, or not following the processes that we are supposed to be following in order to meet a deadline. So I'd like to keep that flexibility with community development so they can make sure that projects get done when projects are ready to get done. I want to let Director Darby respond just in case that I talk too much.
No, you're fine. Thank you so much, Supervisor Sabatier. And that is correct. It would be a little challenging to put measurables on particular projects because of the environmental review, and we cannot determine until initial study is complete whether or not it's going to be a mitigated negative declaration or an EIR. However, once a project is deemed complete, we probably could make some recommendations in terms of estimates, how long it would take for the environmental review of the particular project. So I can look further into that to see how that could happen. The other thing in terms of I think it's a great idea in terms of someone mentioned the spreadsheet, possibly providing that and placing that on the website, so at any given time, any community person or any stakeholder would be able to see that project. I ran the idea by county council, and basically the spreadsheet she said she would need to look at to see if anything needs to be redacted, or so she would need a little bit further. Hope I'm speaking correctly for her here. But she would have to look at it to see what could actually be placed on the website. In terms of training for staff, I think that's actually a really good idea if we did add that, because staff does need to become subject matter experts in producing these cannabis applications. And so if we could use the subject matter experts to train or cross-train our staff, I think that would be an excellent idea to move forward. And the 6-month review, I'm definitely in support of.
There was another question about did LACO take part in the grant process? I'd like to assume that no, they didn't, but I'm not aware. I wasn't part of the process. I don't know if that's a Susan Parker question or Director Darby.
That would be a Susan question. I wasn't here at that time. Thank you.
Yes. No, they did not.
Okay, so they were not part of that. To speak of the transparency part of being able to provide that, I really love the idea. I know I've spoken to Ms. Grant about it in the past. I think it creates a level of transparency not only for applicants, but for the general public to know what is happening and being able to see progress being made. And I think that if progress can be shown publicly with transparency, I think it also builds public trust in the processes that we have. So I think that I'm glad that that's being discussed, because I think that would be, I don't know how easy it would be to make that happen, but if possible, I think it would help in many more ways than just reducing the amount of communication happening. You mentioned training and that you'd like to do that. Is that something to discuss outside of this? Do we want to look at how that's possible to utilize the grant that we're receiving? Where, just as an example, pulling $50,000 out of the first 6 months and using that as a training tool? What's your?
So my recommendation is, because it's such an initial review, is that I would like to get with Susan Parker as well as LACO to see what we can do to make that happen, because this is something new that I have not ran across or by Susan or LACO at this time. I just heard it and thought that that would be a great opportunity. And so it's something that probably need to be fleshed out a little more behind the scenes, and maybe we can bring that back to you as a recommendation.
Okay. Perfect.
If that's okay with Susan.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry.
No, that's right. I just have to check on the parameters of the grant and eligibility expenses. So.
All right. Any further comments or questions? I think I was done with public comment, so bringing it back. Any comments or questions from board members or action?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the Planning Services Contract Amendment Number 1 between the County of Lake and LACO to increase the compensation to $400,000 per fiscal year over the course of the extended term as specified, with a 6-month review.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Simon and a second by Supervisor Pyska. Roll call, please, Johanna.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much.
for the record of those just listening, there was a yes from Supervisor Crandall. He didn't have his microphone on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to our next item, 7.9, consideration of proposed findings of fact and decision in the appeal of Don and Margie Van Pelt, AB 21-04. Ms. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Here I am. Okay. These findings of fact and decision were prepared consequent to your board's decision on November 16th of this year, consequent to a duly noticed public hearing that occurred on that date. Just to clear up any confusion, this has nothing to do with any pending nuisance abatement actions concerning this property. This is simply the appeal that was filed in regard to the land use project. At the November 16th hearing, there was a motion and a vote by 3-2 to grant the appeal and to deny the major use permit for the project without prejudice. Your board considered the evidence before you at that time. You sit in a quasi-judicial capacity, so the evidence that's presented is what you consider. You did so, you had essentially one issue that you decided this on in regard to the findings, which is explained here. I would note that Betsy Kahn did make a comment that was spot on at the top of page 3. I've misspelled Marcus Beltrano using an N as in never, and should be an M as in maybe. So I'd like to make that correction, and I thank Ms. Kahn for pointing that out.
Good catch. Any comments or questions from board members? So I know that we've received quite the slew of emails regarding this, and I know that I've also received some phone calls. And I just want to at least make a statement of my findings on this. There was a request based on the fact that on December 6th, code enforcement went out to the property and that all violations seem to have been cleared. And I know that we're not talking about that, but I just want to bring it up. It doesn't change the fact that we did a de novo hearing on November 16th, and things that have changed since December 16th. There is no new de novo hearing for us to review the situation that was occurring on the property or the project itself. And so today is the findings based on what was on November 16th. The changes have no interaction with the findings that we have today. Because again, the hearing itself was on the 16th. There is with the without prejudice allows for a reapplication rather than a new application.
Mr. Chair, actually it allows for a reapplication, but you don't have to wait for 6 months.
Correct. And then also, I want to make a personal statement that in the findings are solely about the structures and articles not being met because of the violations that were there at the time. And there was no comments provided, nor is there anything in the findings about the environmental review that was before us at the time as well. So just wanted to make those statements, and I'm ready to move forward and open up for public comment if anyone else has a comment. All right. And we have Brad Johnson.
Good afternoon, Chair Sabatier, members of the board. I did want to just clarify one point that that the UP 2110 is terminated with the granting of this appeal and denial of that use permit, and that the applicant, if the applicant so desired to pursue this type of activity on the property in the future, would need to submit a new application for a new use permit. It would not be a revival of some sort of UP 2110. I just wanted to add that clarification.
Okay, comment taken. I don't know if that's correct. I'm looking at Ms. Graham.
I assume that's just a comment, since last I checked, Mr. Johnson didn't speak for the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, and it goes against what was just said and restated also by our county council as well. And seeing no further hands up on our Zoom room and no hands up in the boardroom, bringing it back to the board.
This would be a motion to approve the findings and to grant the appeal denying the use permit without prejudice.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Crandall, a second by Supervisor Pyska. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Nay.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 7.10, consideration of agreement with the Regents of the University of California on behalf of the Tahoe Environmental Research Center for Clear Lake sediment sampling analysis for 16-month period not to exceed $74,995 and authorize the Water Resources Director to sign. Director DeLeon, welcome back.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Scott DeLeon, Public Works and Water Resources. What we have for you today is your consideration and what we've recommended approval of an agreement with the Regents of the University of California on behalf of the Tahoe Environmental Research Center for sediment analysis for the next 16-month period. This department has contracted with UC Davis for many years for sediment sampling. Dates back to the early 90s. And in 2021, their laboratory was moved to the Tahoe Environmental Research Center. And so in collaboration with that organization, we're proposing this agreement with the Regents to continue with the sediment sampling and analysis. Turk, as they're known, the Environmental Research Center, is working with the Blue Ribbon Committee, and the work that they're performing in these analyses will be part of the research that's the Blue Ribbon Committee has directed on Clear Lake for the improvement of water quality. So this is very important testing, and as we've recommended, we're recommending that your board approve the agreement with the Regents, and this sediment sampling analysis will be for the next 16-month period for a cost not to exceed $74,995, and we're asking that you authorize the Water Resources Director to sign. I saw Angela pop on the screen just a second ago. If you have any technical questions regarding the testing, I'm sure she'd be able to answer those. Otherwise, we're here to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions from board members? And I do have one question. I apologize if I'm repeating a question I asked already via email, Director DeLeon. Not sure if you or Ms. Dow can answer this. It says core sampling, but it says sediment. It never really says soil, and also says 10 centimeters. I'm taking it you're digging 10 centimeters into the soil at the bottom of the lake and getting a core sample from there, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I think
that is absolutely correct, yeah.
Okay, and will there be, I know I saw on there that there was nitrogen, potassium, and Director DeLeon, you added some stuff, but I don't remember seeing if it was looking for mercury.
I don't believe, and I see Angela shaking her head, I do not believe mercury is a part of this testing. Okay. It hasn't been in the past, and I didn't see anything in both the agreement to suggest that they'll be testing for mercury. So no, I believe the testing is limited to nutrients with respect to water quality.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? And let's go ahead and open it up. We have Betsy Kahn.
Well, thank you again. Sorry to be visiting you so often, but I would like to mention that the County of Lake was relieved of responsibility for any mercury monitoring by the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board's geological scientist Genevieve Sparks after the completion of the survey of all of the waterways draining into the lake and the closure of the Utopia mine at it in the stretch of Highway 20 between Lucerne and Nice. That's done. We are no longer responsible for any mercury testing for compliance with the water quality order. Thank you.
Thank you for the addition, and we're here, so we're glad you've been here with us too. Let's go ahead and open it up for the board. Chambers, come on up to the microphone.
Joan Moss. I want to know if this is being done in conjunction with the EPA and their research, and if it's to do with cyanobacteria testing. And I want to know if it's not, why not? I think there's all kinds of testing going on, and they need to be coordinated and combined.
Thank you for your question. Ms. Dow or Director De Leon, if you can respond.
Well, no, it's not being done as part of the EPA. This is a separate analysis and a separate effort related to water quality. They're both, it's ultimately related to cyanobacteria, but they're separate programs, and they're separate efforts, separate funding sources, and they're all being done as coordinated efforts towards improved water quality.
Thank you for your response. And seeing no further hands up, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for further deliberation or action. Looking for a motion to approve the agreement with the Regents of UC.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agreement with the Regents of the University of California on behalf of the Tahoe Environmental Research Center for Clear Lake sediment sampling analysis for 16-month period not to exceed $74,995, and authorize the Water Resources Director to sign.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Pyska, a second by Supervisor Simon. Roll call, please, Johanna.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our next water
Thank you very
resource.
much, Board.
Oh, well, we got one more. 7.11, sitting as the Board of Directors, Lake County Watershed Protection District, presentation of Big Valley Groundwater Basin Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, progress and next steps. And seeing how Director De Leon walked off. Oh, no, he's still there. Did you want to start this off or pass it on to Deputy Director Delegianis?
I'm going to actually respectfully pass along to Deputy Director Delegianis, who's joining us from Illinois today.
Get out.
I am so serious. Good afternoon, morning. My time zones are different. Thank you everyone for joining us today. My name is Marina Delegianis. I serve as the Deputy Water Resources Director for the Lake County Watershed Protection District. Please excuse me as I try not to get distracted. My mother is indeed sitting in front of me, recording me. You all cannot see that, thank goodness. Thank you all for having us today. I'm going to share my screen, so please let me know if you can see what I will be sharing with you all here.
Yep, see it perfectly clear.
Awesome, thank you. Great, so good afternoon. As stated, my name is Marina Delegianis, and I am excited to be here. I am joined by two of our consultants for our Big Valley GSP development. The first one being Christy Clark, Public Affairs Specialist and our lead facilitator with Stantec Consulting Services, and then also Eddie Tizio, who is our Senior Hydrologist and our Program Manager for Ludorf and Scalmanini Consultants, who serve as the lead for the development of our Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan. And we're here to give you an update for our Big Valley Groundwater Basin, GSP, also known as our Groundwater Sustainability Plan, and then our compliance with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act of 2014, SGMA. So I would like to set the stage here and just do a very brief overview of what we'll be sharing with you all today. So again, we'll be outlining our Big Valley GSP progress for our SGMA compliance. We'll be highlighting our GSP stakeholder input and public engagement process to date and next steps with that. And then we'll be moving over to our final GSP public hearing and adoption process, which again, we will be outlining is coming up very, very quickly here. And then once all this is said and done, we still have more to do. So after we develop the GSP, what's next? Once we submit this document to the state, what do we actually have to do to carry forward to ensure that we reach and maintain sustainability for our Big Valley Groundwater Basin? And then, as always, I will be putting my contact information in the presentation. So if you have any questions that you can't think of afterwards, we will have have ample time for Q&A, you can go ahead and give us a call, visit us at the courthouse, and we'll be more than happy to answer any questions. And then, as always, I do like to set the stage and just outline some of the acronyms that we will be throwing out. As mentioned in previous discussions, we love acronyms here in the California water world. So the first acronym that I would like to highlight is our GSA, and that stands for our Groundwater Sustainability Agency. As a reminder, our GSA serves as the board of directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, and then also the Lake County Board of Supervisors. So all three of those directors are the same. The GSA serves our board of directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, serve as our Big Valley GSA. A GSP, again, we are in the process of developing our groundwater sustainability plan. We have multiple groundwater basins in our county, but we only have one priority basin as outlined by SGMA, SGMA, and that is our Big Valley Basin, which you will be hearing an update on today. And then our GSPAC is our Groundwater Sustainability Plan Advisory Committee. Christy Clark will be leading the way and giving you guys an overview of our GSPAC, the goals of our GSPAC, and next steps as it relates to our GSPAC. On behalf of the GSPAC, I do serve as the lead, so I am the one that pesters the GSA and provides you all the information, and I'm here today to give you an update on our Big Valley GSP. And of course, the reason why we're all here today is SGMA, which is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act of 2014. So with that, I would just like to highlight a few of our key dates that we have had here, and I hope everyone can see this okay. So in December 9th of 2020, we received extension of our facilitation support services from the California Department of Water Resources. One of the key deliverables of the facilitation support services that we were able to achieve was the development of our communication and engagement plan, which again, Christy Clark can highlight if there are any questions on that. And that goes in tandem of our Big Valley GSP. Another big key takeaway that we've been able to get from these facilitation support services was the assistance of facilitators such as Christy and her team to help us get these stakeholders to the table, hear the input, hear their concerns, and get them onto the table to ensure that we build the best GSP that we can. On March 23rd of 2021, through the county purchasing code and policy, we were able to select the best viable candidates and consultants to aid us in the development of our Big Valley GSP. Again, that is Ludorf and Scalmanini and Stantec Consulting Services. Their team, along with the team of Water Resources, has been hard at work to make sure that we meet that deadline of January 31st, 2022. Throughout this year, we were also able to establish our GSP Advisory Committee, our GSPAC. We were able to convene 9 technical subcommittee meetings. So with the assistance of our consultants, our stakeholders, we were able to all get together and discuss what we need to put in this GSP, make sure that we have all the appropriate up-to-date data to develop our GSP as appropriately, and to ensure that we reach SGMA deadlines and requirements. We also were able to hold at least 5 public meetings to provide GSP and SGMA info to the community, GSA, etc., anyone that's interested. And then, of course, held 10 Big Valley GSA GSPAC meetings where we meet once a month. And this is all with the GSPAC to review the chapters, learn from our consultants, hear from our stakeholders, etc. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Christy Clark, who is here today to get us started going over our Big Valley GSP input and engagement. Take it away, Christy.
Thank you, Marina. I'm sure your mom is very proud of you right about now. So good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you so much for making time for us to give you a little GSP update today. I know you've had many of them and that your agenda is really packed today, but we're excited to offer you kind of where we're at in the process. So as lead facilitator for the project, I want to provide a quick overview of the GSPAC, which I know that you've heard of. That's our advisory committee. And across the bottom of this particular screen, you'll see the different logos of the different types of entities that we have sitting with our GSPAC. And they've been with us since the very start, since it was chartered back in late April of this year. And they have been very, very busy throughout this time. So I wanted to highlight a few things that they've been able to do in the 8 short months that they've been with us. But they, again, have hundreds and hundreds of hours into this process. So some of the things that they've done is they've held 10 regularly scheduled GSPAC meetings. Those are always 2.5 hours in length. In that time, they've gone through every single component part of the GSP and putting it together. They've held 9 additional meetings that were specifically focused on technical aspects of the GSP. And so kind of putting together what they have resources of and what their skills and backgrounds are, and helping to do some technical deep dives into some things. Also, one of the unique things that we did is those GSPAC members led field visits for the technical team. So where we could get up and into Lake County and kind of go through and walk through different places and see different aspects of things, and let each of them really bring kind of their knowledge to the technical team to help advise us on how best we could build that GSP together. And then also they've met dozens of times individually one-on-one with different technical team members, depending upon what their expertise was. So when I say literally they have put in hundreds of hours each, I mean that in its entirety. They've helped to draft, to review, and to edit every single component of that GSP that's been put together to date. So lots of work in that. So we go to the next slide, Marina. One thing that I wanted to do was talk about, okay, so all of this work has happened with the GSPAC members and with all the meetings that we've held, but how does it all go together? So here you can see just a really quick checklist of all of the different sections that have gone into the GSP. And again, we began holding those GSPAC meetings and really working through each part of this in May of this year. I believe it was May 11th was our first official meeting. So as you can imagine, trying to put together a couple thousand-page document in that time, we've been busy, but here's what we've been busy doing. So you can read the different sections, and then on the right-hand side of this, it talks about when those different sections were reviewed. And we went through a multi-level process to do the review. The first being that the GSPAC members would review content. They would walk through it. They would give us some input, feedback. Maybe they brought to the table some more resources or some new data that they knew that they had available. So they reviewed every single component part of it. And then it moved, once that was updated, it moved to a public process whereby we posted different sections and then again, chapters of what we had developed and let the public have input on it. We have always taken public input through an email address that goes through Water Resources, and just wanting people to respond to different component parts of it. In addition to that, of posting them publicly, with each GSPAC meeting that we had, which was open to the public, we gave an opportunity for public comment and review of each of those sections and segments as we walked through them in real time. So anybody could step into those meetings and hear the same type of technical information, and we know it got really technical sometimes. So we also tried to offer some public meetings and things that were devoid of all of the acronyms and all the technical information that we know can sometimes be a little intimidating through the process. And then once that was all done, we brought it together into this draft GSP and how it got put together. You'll notice that there are a couple of components on here, section 5 and 6, which did not get posted for public review. That doesn't mean that they didn't have public review. They had public review time during the GSPAC meeting. But where that came to be is when those were developed, they were developed very, very close to the GSP, the draft GSP timeline of when we needed to post the entire thing. So it was automatically folded in to that draft GSP. And then that draft GSP was put out for a period of 21 days. We released it on November 12th. In its entirety, it was on the Water Resources website, and we offered all the different parts of it, gave a little table of contents so people could navigate it a little bit more easily. And then also the Water Resources team offered binders to people who may not have had access to it online. So just making sure that anybody who wanted to review it had a chance to review it. And so that period ended on December 3rd. So it was a 21-day review period all total. And then we actually got a few people who turned in things about a week later than that, and we still took them because it's just really important for us to be able to fold all those pieces together into the one final document. Next slide, please, Marina. And one of the things that I want to do on the very kind of wrap up of the public input is I want to give huge kudos to this team. There's the point that every single one of the meetings that was undertaken from the very first point of when the technical consulting team was brought on board, and then also when the GSPAC was officially chartered. Every single meeting that's been held has been held in a public venue. It's been held virtually. Towards the end here, we've tried to get into a virtual and in-person hybrid format, which can be a challenge, but surprisingly and wonderfully, Lake County had some really great resources for us to be able to do that in some meeting rooms. But everything that existed and was recorded was also archived in one setting on the Water Resources website, so that people could go back and reference things if they wanted to get a little bit more information about a technical aspect of something. Or I think probably one of the greatest benefits is that if people were joining us late in the process, they could go back through those. I think there's about 100, maybe 120 hours worth of recordings that they could go back through, and that they could look at the different parts and they could kind of get up to speed with where we're at. And my particular team and Ludorf, where Eddie, who's going to talk here in a second, is from, we work in basins throughout California. I have purview over and can see about 24 basins, all the way from the deserts in the south, all the way up to the Oregon border. And I'm pretty sure I can say that there hasn't been any other basin that has done their process in such a public manner. It just really transparent, really straightforward. There was a very big emphasis with the team that was put on making sure that everything was public and straightforward for folks. And I just think that that is unprecedented, that nobody else has done that in any other basin. So with that, now that you know a little bit more about how the public involvement part of it went into, now I'm gonna let Eddie talk a little bit more about what we actually have in front of us at this point.
Great. Thanks, Christy. And again, really happy to be here. I think we've gone through a lot in the last 8 months, and we've come a long way. But really, I just wanted to touch on the next slide. When we look at the GSP, Christy had mentioned it's sort of broken out into 8 general sections, but I just thought I'd include this summary slide that kind of walks through, what's really in each of these sections. So really, there's a couple of sections in there that sort of describe the basin conditions. So, who's using water, where is it being used, and sort of what are the general conditions of in this case, groundwater levels or groundwater quality. So that's sort of generally lumped into the basin condition sections. And then we kind of move through, and now we start talking about, defining sustainability. And that really is sort of, how do we define sustainability utilizing the metrics that have been provided to us by DWR. So that's the sort of really important section. And we spent a lot of time, about 2 months, sort of detailing out those metrics that are again are required by DWR. And then kind of moving through towards the end of the plan, there's a section in there where we sort of have to detail out projects and or management actions that are needed to sort of maybe address sustainability or how to become more sustainable or sort of develop our resources in a more sustainable manner. So that sort of focuses on the development projects and or management action section. I think recognizing kind of what's happened in the last 10 or 15 years within this basin, sustainability, some say is already existing. So again, that's a positive thing. But again, we have to detail these components within the GSP according to the SGMA legislation. And then the last section sort of has to lay out a plan on how we're going to, implement the GSP. So, as we kind of move forward, the schedule, we have annual reports, 5-year updates. And so that has to kind of be laid out in the plan as well. So those are sort of the 4 main components of the GSP. And I'd say, is one more important than the other? I think really, defining sustainability was a key chapter, and also sort of the development and implementation of the GSP is really important because again, it's one thing just to get the GSP sort of submitted, but that just starts the process as Marina had mentioned previously. So I think Marina, if you go to the next slide, this kind of builds on that concept. So, hopefully you've got a pretty good feeling of where we've been and sort of now what's to come. So kind of looking out into the future, we've got to get this plan adopted. And so the next couple of, items on this slide kind of walk you through that. So really we had noticed the adoption back in October. Christy had done a really great job of sort of detailing the process we had gone through to solicit input, all along through the public, but there was essentially a public comment period that was opened on the 12th and then closed on the 3rd of December. We've compiled those comments those comments, not only just the actual physical letters and comments that were provided, but also a matrix of those comments will be included as an appendix within the GSP. And then there's going to be some adjustments to the GSP based on some of those comments. So that's going to get all packaged up, and we're going to get that posted back up onto the website during the week of January 3rd. So once everybody kind of gets back from the holidays. And then we're going to have a formal adoption. I think it's in January 11th. So again, that'll be a chance, obviously a public hearing, but we get the public opportunity to provide additional comments. If they have questions, we'll be there to address them. And then there'll be a resolution to kind of consider to adopt the GSP. That all has to happen before January 31st. So there's a process, obviously to adopt it. Then there might be some changes that have to occur. And then ultimately that's got to get all packaged up and then uploaded to a DWR portal by January 31st. And it's about a week to 7 days to kind of go through the process to get that uploaded. And then once it's uploaded, there's a 75-day comment period that DWR has. So it's just another chance for everybody to provide comments on the GSP. So kind of looking ahead, that's probably what's going to happen in sort of the January time frame. I don't know if there's another slide here. Marina, do you want to go to the next slide? I think this is back to you, Marina. So thank you.
Thank you, Eddie, and thank you, Christy. So at this point, we are happy to take any questions, whether it be from the board, the community. If you think of questions after the fact, I know we've thrown a lot of information at you all the last year or so. So we do have our contact information that you can find. You can go ahead and give me a call at 707-263-2344. You can send me an email at marina.deligianis, which is DELIGIANNIS@lakecountyca.gov. Stop and visit us on the 3rd floor of the courthouse, or all this information you can find, including our contact information, you can find on the Lake County Water Resources page. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen and take any questions that you all may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Are there any questions from the board members? Supervisor Scott.
I don't have a question, and that's because Deputy Director Deligianis has kept us updated through this whole process. The whole 8 months, she kept this board and the public updated on what she's doing, what's coming up, and the process along the way. So I really appreciate all your work, and Mama Deligianis should be very proud of you, as Lake County is very proud that you work for us.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Scott. That means a lot.
Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Pyska?
Just once again, a very, very thorough presentation, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate being updated all along the way.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Pyska.
I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this. It's not just our water resource team, it's also the consultants that we've been working with, the amount of public meetings that you've had to put together in order to make sure to check off every single box that the state requires you to do, as well as the buy-in from the community on obtaining all the data and looking at the surveys and everything else. It's a large load to move. And so I appreciate all the hard work that has been done. I know I've gone to some of these public meetings before in the past when it first started, have not been able to keep up, but you, as other supervisors have mentioned, have always been keeping us up to date on what is happening. While it's a bit of a hardship given to us by the state, at the same time, it ensures the future of a very important agricultural area in our community, and that's what it's all about. So while it's definitely harder work to have to deal with it for the fact that one of our basins has been flagged by the state, it also ensures that we're going to take care of that basin for a lot longer than may have been if we did not do the work that we're doing right now. I know that it's not probably data that you will have, but every time I see it raining out there, I'm always thinking about the basins and them getting refilled and just the saturation that's happening. And I sure hope that some of the data that you probably did obtain through the drought that we will be seeing some drastically different numbers as we slowly get ourselves out of the drought. And I'm crossing my fingers as I say that because we still don't know. But again, this is such an important part of who we are. We are Lake County, an agricultural area, and we want to make sure that the activities of agriculture continue way in the future after we've gone from this place as well. So thank you for all your work. Safe travels and enjoy your time in Illinois.
Thank you so much.
Let's go ahead and open it up. Oh, Director De Leon.
I'll jump in on public input, I suppose, but I'd just like to recognize Marina, and I think it's appropriate time to announce that she was recently voted in as a director.
That's right.
For the Groundwater Resources Association of California for the years 2022 through 24. So not only is she doing amazing work here in Lake County, but she's being recognized at the state level by being voted in as a director of this prestigious organization. And I know Mr. Teasdale is also involved with that organization, and I just like to point that out and congratulate Marina.
Thank you, Director Scott De Leon.
When you do good work, people find ways to give you more work.
I'll take it. I have a lot of caffeine, I tell you guys.
Congratulations. You make us so proud.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and open up for the public. I see no hands up in the Zoom room, and there is a hand up in the boardroom. Please come on up to the microphone.
John Moss, I recently got invited to the committee. I'm a member of the public. They have to have a member of the public on their committee. I would like more than 3 minutes. Thank you. I have a report about what happened Friday.
No, I'm going to make it 3 minutes at this moment in time.
Okay. Well, then I handed it into the third floor. What happened last Friday is that we heard from Eddie Teasdale that the water quality in the groundwater is good. And I question that because I didn't see the report from the Department of Water Resources. And I had documents about geothermal water in 2006 and an investigation about that. And then Sky Hoyt mentioned that he feels uncomfortable because he's been given a gag order. He cannot talk about this committee on his radio show because he represents the steam wells in Scotts Valley. He represents the people who have wells in Scotts Valley. Then I wanted to know about that. And I also mentioned that in my research, in 22 places in 2006, it mentions geothermal water coming up into the wells in Big Valley and other places. And a woman from the Wall, who was a part of the committee meeting, she said, yes, Joan, there was geothermal water in Big Valley. And we think it's still there. We want a study involving why people here drink bottled water and don't drink water from the tap. And I want to see the Department of Water Resources records that says the water is good quality. Because people are not drinking their tap water and drinking bottled water in Big Valley and other places. So we haven't been allowed to read the draft. I've only had 2 weeks to look at the draft report that Eddie Teasdale made. I don't understand a lot of the words. I have a lot of questions. I think that the citizens should be able to see the pictures taken by the helicopter last month before next spring. We don't have enough time to read what's there. And then at the same time, the public comments that are made are not going to be available to us until next spring. And the results of the helicopter photographs aren't going to be there till next spring after the thing has been passed. So I have a lot of documents that I've handed in. I have a copy for you. And I want to know when and why the state flagged the Big Valley Water Basin about the water. What happened there? I just heard about it just now from you. Why did the state flag us?
because of the agricultural use and ensuring that the use would go on for.
Yeah, there's things in the draft that I don't understand. Like monitoring was stopped after 2007, and then somewhere else it talks about other monitoring.
And at this point, your 3 minutes are
I'm
up.
not unintelligent. I have a college degree. But you see that big book over there? It's a lot to digest in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. The document will be made available to the public as well as everybody, as well as the board on January 3rd. We're done right now. And if you want to have a private conversation afterwards. It will be available for everyone as of January 3rd. And there were some questions, and I'm going to ask either Director DeLeon or Deputy Director DeLegianis, what signifies a basin that needs to go through the SIGMA procedure from the state?
Yes, and thank you, Joan, for your questions, and Mr. Chair for the clarification. So as outlined by SIGMA, the California Department of Water Resources, they have Bulletin 118, and that's where they do an entire assessment. All of that information is publicly available. We have gone over that exact bulletin a few different times, so all those recordings are available information. It's a public document, and they look at over 8 different components. So yes, one is correct, is land use, one is population growth, etc. That's where they look at each different groundwater basin and whether rank them from very low to medium to critically overdraft priority. So that is how they were able to rank ours. We are rated 20 priority points, and not only does it tell you how many points we have, but why we got the points that we do. So that is something that the state did identify as a priority basin based off of their assessment that they complete and conduct.
Thank you very much. And I don't know the specifics of the tap water in which Ms. Moss was speaking of, but I know that if it is through public utilities, they have all of the lab results that you can ask the public utilities to provide. If it's a private well that somebody is directly tapping into their house, at that point, I would suggest reaching out to maybe environmental health and seeing if they can provide some information. And with that, we're going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. This was presentation only for us today. Any questions or comments before we close this up? And again, Deputy Director, thank you so much for all the work you're doing, and looking forward to January 3rd, where we can start digging into what supposedly has been told to us is a large document.
That is correct. Thank you all. And then I would also like to give a special thanks to our consultants and, of course, the hardworking team of Water Resources for actively going out there, monitoring the wells, and doing all their work. So thank you all for letting us speak to you today, and we look forward to seeing you in a few weeks.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, that completes all our items except for our supervisor weekly calendars. Just looking around to make sure I didn't miss anything. And we'll go ahead and start with District 1. Supervisor Simon.
Board meeting today, just going to finish up. Tomorrow I have, in the afternoon, I have an interview with the Community Health Network Assessment Team at 4 p.m. And then the rest of the week, I don't have anything on the calendar. Enjoy Christmas and holidays with the family. And then Monday, I've got a Lake Transit Authority Area Planning Council Executive Meeting. And then pretty open calendar for the rest of the week. And then on the second back here, or the third, I'm meeting with Carol, and then Board of Supervisors on the 4th. That's what I got.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Scott.
My calendar's pretty light. Thursday I'll be attending, if it doesn't rain, the Lakeport Blizzard. They're going to be doing it, I believe, Thursday night at 6 and also Friday at 6. It's going to be snowing in Lakeport at Library Park. Friday I'll be cooking and serving dinner at Elijah House with my entire family. Monday night, the Scotts Valley community meeting via Zoom. And that looks like it's it for me. And then back here on the 4th.
Okay. And Supervisor Pyska.
So I want to just do a little bit of a report out. Last week, Supervisor Simon and I met with Cal OES and Cal Fire, and we're submitting an application for our home hardening program, so we'll be able to talk more about that soon. But one of the things that I've brought up many times recently is, you've heard me say, is we're dealing with pretty extensive tree mortality and tree death. So last week, I sounded the alarm, I sent some emails, went to RCRC to see if other counties are experiencing this, what kind of resources are available. And luckily, someone that was on our tour on Thursday from CAL FIRE worked extensively in the period of 2014 to 2017, and the last drought when the trees were dying in the Sierra. So he sat down, Supervisor Simon and I, and had a conversation that he basically said, there's nothing that you can do. He was very sorry for our loss. Nothing that we can do about the trees dying in mass except protect our roadways and our communities. And gave us some ideas and kind of helped us as we really come to terms with this and start putting one foot in front of the other. This has just rapidly happened over the last few months. One of the other things that had been put into place last week from these emails, and one of the supervisors from Napa County also reported tree death. So CAL FIRE organized an aerial survey for me and 2 forest health specialists to fly over Napa County and South Lake County from the border around Mount Konocti to survey from the air what our tree situation is. And it is very bleak. One of the reports that was given to us is the stands that are affected are 60% dead, and with more dying all the time. So this is, we're going to be getting some more information on the pathology and how this has happened so quickly, but likely there's several underlying conditions, likely disease, drought, and then the beetles. So we're kind of in the beginning of this. I am really optimistic that we were able to get the right people to come into our county this week and start the research and start the reporting so that we can work to get the resources that we need and develop a strategy on how to protect ourselves moving forward. So that was really eye-opening and pretty depressing. But we have a lot of work to do. The work does not stop. So tomorrow, I have a light week to also. Tomorrow, I have the meeting with Chandler Asset Management in the afternoon. And I think that's it till we come back from the holiday.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Crandall?
Yeah, so I'll do a little report. The president from RCRC, Patrick Blacklock, I call him Pat, so sometimes I forget the extra, syllable. Pat Blacklock comes out and visits with us, and it's interesting because he actually owns a home in Nice, so it's like he's in our district too, so that's a cool thing. So we met here and had some discussions about some opportunities and collaboratives, and also mentioned exactly what Supervisor Pyska stated as well, and collaboratives that we can be working on to help the county, a lot of them being projects with the Golden State Finance when it comes to offering availabilities with the percentage with homes for people to have the affordability to do so. And he would like to do a presentation to kind of go over all this stuff. And I think the CAO Hutchinson and myself will be planning like this month or probably next month, beginning of next month when we'll be doing that.
February, if you don't mind, just
Yeah.
January, we're kind of slammed.
Yeah, no, it's going to be soon, but not too soon because we have a lot going on. But we were talking about after that meeting that we would get something going so that all of us can be privy to some of the things we discussed Friday because it's very important. And he also asked for contact information so that everyone else can contact as well, not just the 2 representatives. So that was a pretty good meeting. Supervisor Sabatier was there as well. And let's see. Not too much going on this week. I know... do we have the CAO meeting on Monday, or is that, no? No, okay. Okay, excellent. I think I'm going to a project space in the Elk Mountain area on Tuesday. I've been invited to a while back, and I figured I'll just get that done, you know, so one of the folks that has reached out to me, asked me to come out there, so I'll go out there. And then, let's see, I messed my calendar up. I don't think I have too much else except for the Middle Creek Restoration before we come back on the 3rd, I think it is, right? We'll have Middle Creek Restoration on the 3rd, and then back here on the 4th for a supervisors meeting.
All right, thank you. Definitely enjoyed the conversation with Pat Blockwell. Do want to mention to Supervisor Peiska, I'm not sure if he is the right person, but I know he's a very approachable supervisor in Mariposa. Mariposa County is probably one of the leading tree death places in California, Yosemite. And maybe Miles Menetry, and I know that Supervisor Crandall knows him, very approachable, and might be able to provide you with some of the ideas that they're moving along with, because they were talking about biomass and other types of facilities in that area to try to really clean up and take down those trees, and as well as take the ones that have already come down. So maybe there's been some movement since I've last discussed it. It's been a discussion for a while, and so yes, I think we're more and more of us are seeing it visually by just driving down even Highway 29. You can see it. Let me continue. On Saturday, I joined Congressman Mike Thompson as well as House Speaker Pelosi, along with Supervisor James Gore, Supervisor Rabbit, Supervisor Dillon from Napa County as well, as some others to discuss the infrastructure bill. We were over at the site of the Coffee Park area where the Tufts fire went through. Even with the rebuild, it's still a bit of a breathtaking moment to just see those pictures and see the rebuild that did happen. That community was very fortunate that they were able to bounce the way that they did. And just looking to participate however it is that I can to make sure and wave my hands and say, hey, we need infrastructure money here too. So was happy to tag along and be there for that press conference. Let me see what else is going on. Went to the NAACP event that happened yesterday that we received an invite for. Glad that Supervisor Crandall was there as well as our sheriff. Just thankful of the support that they were receiving, and we had quite a few people from out of county, including Sheriff Kendall from Mendocino County as well. And so, let's see, have that meeting tomorrow for the Chandler Investment Group. Not sure if the Lake County Fire Protection District is still doing their meeting. I'm suspecting that they are. And then the rest of my week, other than Judge's Breakfast, is completely clean for the holidays. And then back here again on the 3rd to start with our Middle Creek Restoration Project meeting, our meeting with our CAO. And I believe actually, is it on the 28th or the 27th we're doing agenda review?
Yes. If it works for everyone, I was suggesting we move agenda review to the 30th because that is the not the holiday of that week. So does that work for everyone, the 30th?
Yeah, that's what it
9
looks
a.m.?
like. It's on my calendar for that Thursday. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Great.
Okay. And then coming back to the meeting here on the 4th. And with that, we will be going into, almost ended it before we should end it. Going into closed session, we have 2 items. 8.1, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, appointment of public health officer. 8.2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, the Coles v. County of Lake et al. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting. Be safe out there. It is going to be snowing, potentially all the way down to the lake level over the course of the week. So be safe, happy holidays, and Merry Christmas. See you next year.